Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hello. Ooh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nabeel Qureshi. It's a pleasure to be here. This is David. I just wanted to, before we start, I wanted to see how many of you actually come in contact with Muslims on a daily basis or regularly enough. Okay, a fair number of you. That's great. Often when I go various places, people will ask me to speak about Islam, and they've never even seen a Muslim. Well, you need some exposure. So it's great that you're here. I hope that we'll be able to answer your questions. In fact, the very reason I'm here is because David came in contact with me when I was a Muslim back at Old Dominion University in Virginia. David and I were friends in college. And it was through mutual interaction, conversation, that we began to challenge one another and one another's beliefs. I started off challenging him, actually. He didn't come up and challenge me, but I challenged him about the accuracy of Christianity, about the integrity of the Bible.
He persecuted me.
It was pretty bad. I wouldn't let him speak. No. I asked him, I said, do you realize that the Bible you're reading is corrupt? And he says, what do you mean? And I said, well, Jesus spoke in Aramaic, and the Bible was written in Greek. And then from Greek, it was translated into Latin. From Latin, it was translated to German. From German, it was translated to English. And now you have so many different versions of English. Who knows what the actual Word of God is? And these are the kinds of questions I had been taught to ask Christians as a devout Muslim. David was the first Christian I had ever met who's actually ready with the response. And I'm not going to go into the details of that response. I just want you to know that it was through this kind of an interaction that David and I developed a friendship where we were willing to challenge one another. Now, through it all, we were always friends. I always knew that I would come to his place or he would come over to my place. We'd share a meal together. We would do things together. We would be friends. If ever an atheist challenged us, as one did, we would both turn against the atheist and respond together. I from my Muslim perspective, him from his Christian perspective, but we'd both be friends in this response. Turned out that atheist became his wife. But that's how it happened.
Not an atheist anymore.
She's not anymore. Right, she became a Christian first. So this is the story of friendship and how it can overcome falsehood. So when you are discussing with your Muslim friends the things you're going to learn today, remember to always do it in the context of friendship, of love, the love of Christ that he told us to share with others. Don't let the two be at odds with one another. They're meant to be complementary.
And the reason for that is if you walk up to a Muslim and you share some information about Muhammad, if that Muslim doesn't know that you love him, it's going to be really hard to accept anything you're saying. You must be a hate-filled bigot speaking against Muhammad like this. I want nothing to do with you. Whereas if he knows that you genuinely care for him, can allow some more honest criticism and a fuller case of Christianity. Notice when Nabeel brought up the objection to the Bible, I just wanted to point out I don't think I've ever met a Muslim who didn't have massive misunderstandings about the New Testament or about the Bible. That is a very common claim. The Bible is a translation of a translation of a translation of a translation of a translation. If you know anything about the Bible, you know that's nonsense. The Bible today is translated from Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, but that's very common. It's very common to hear, how many Bibles do you Christians believe in? What do you mean? How many books of the Bible? No, how many Bibles? What do you mean, translations? What do you know? How many different Bibles? It's that sort of misunderstanding. And it's the same with Islam. If you talk to a Muslim, if you know about Islam and you talk to a Muslim, you find out they have a ton of misunderstandings about their own religion, about Muhammad, about the Quran. And it actually seems to me that their misunderstanding of Christianity keeps them from seriously considering Christianity, and their misunderstandings of Islam keep them from doubting Islam and from considering any other alternative.
So when I was a Muslim, for example, I had been taught basically from verses of the Quran that Christianity was a form of polytheism, that Christians believe in three gods. I was also taught to believe that Christians believed that after they've accepted Christ, they can do anything they want. They can murder, they can steal, they can rape because they've been saved. So these are the kinds of things I had been taught as a Muslim about Christianity. It took a long time discussing these things to realize I didn't know that these were a list of falsehoods that I could go discuss. It was through discussion that I said, wait a minute, what are you talking about? This is what I had been taught. You're saying this. And we'd have to work it out. Just to briefly, since I won't have any time to share my testimony through the course of the day, I'll just briefly let you know it was this conversation catalyzed in me a realization that I had to search for God. I had to ask Him to reveal Himself to me because what I had been taught was at odds with the evidence that was being provided to me. And so I went to God as a Muslim. I prayed and I said, God, I want to know who you are. I want you to reveal yourself to me because I can't seem to find you myself. And He did. He told me through a vision and through dreams that Christianity was the truth. And He didn't say to me, this is what you must do. He answered my question, which path was the true path? And it was through that. And my whole testimony is online if you want to read it. I can give you the link for that later. I can give it to you now. Act17.net is our website. And my testimony is under articles. Act17.net. That's our ministry, Act 17. Anyhow, through visions and dreams, I was told by the Lord which path was the true path. And after submitting to Christ as my Lord and Savior, I began to realize something. I realized that if this is the true path, if our Lord did come to this world to die on the cross for us, then what business do I have living my life for myself when God Himself didn't do that? And so at that point, David and I decided we needed to form a ministry together. And that's how Act 17 started.
I love the way he just gave this telescope version where he says, God showed me in dreams and visions, and then so I became a Christian when it was actually God gives him a vision and He says, I'm not converting, and then God gives him a dream, and then I'm not converting, and then another dream, and I'm not converting, and then
it's a little bit more complicated. Yeah. There's more to it.
But there is actually something to that. If you're an average Western, so I converted to Christianity. My family didn't care if I converted to Christianity. I wasn't going to face persecution for converting to Christianity. There's no worldly obstacles to me converting. It's just I'm in rebellion, and then if I am going to accept Christ, I have that, but I'm not going to face much. It's not going to be world-changing in the sense that everyone's going to be attacking me or something like that. But for Muslims, it is. And that's what I saw with Nabeel, is if he, and I, by the way, I actually thought about this when I'm speaking to him about the gospel. I mean, I have to sit back and think, wow, I'm trying to get this guy to convert. I'm trying to get my best friend to convert to Christianity. If I do, he loses his family, a ton of his friends, his entire community. He is going to be persecuted. Muhammad commanded people, his followers, to kill people like him. He could be killed. Wow, this is some serious stuff, because lots of people think, they're non-believers, they're like drug addicts or prostitutes, and they convert and their lives get so much better. And for a Muslim, their lives can get much worse in a lot of ways if they convert. And at the end of the day, what they gain is Christ. And so if they're willing to do that, then yeah, I say it's worth it.
Yeah, it's worth it. So that's our story in a nutshell. What we're going to do today, since we only have 5 hours worth of speaking today, that's, to us, that's nothing. we can not even be done introducing ourselves in 5 hours. We're going to try to cover the major issues in Islam, and we're going to try to do it in a broad sense. Some of these issues, for example, peace and violence in Islam, the last topic we're going to cover. There's a whole 1 semester long class taught there. I was deciding whether, I'm at Duke University right now, I was deciding whether or not to take that whole class last semester. Last semester I took a class on Sharia. I took a class on the Quran. And we're going to try to teach it to you in an hour. So, I mean, we're going to be glossing over this stuff, but trying to get you the best information possible. At any point, if you have questions, feel free to throw your hand up. We will try to answer your questions as we go along. Sometimes it's very helpful, but we don't want to get derailed, so we're not going to spend too long on the questions. There is going to be a question and answer session at the end.
So here in the beginning, we're going to go over some introductory material. And the purpose here is that we don't know who has what background. It's probably a mixed background, and some people probably know quite a bit about Islam, and others might not know anything about Islam. So we're going to cover
just the basics, and then we'll build on it later in different areas. But we need to get the basic terminology down, things like that. So here, that's what we're going to cover in this introduction.
So what we'll be discussing for this first section, for the next 40 minutes, basic statistics on Islam, Islamic history, and Islam as a religion.
So you have some basic statistics here. You have the United States, and notice some of these there aren't very good numbers involved. So the United States, if you go to CNN, you'll see 2 or 3 million Muslims in the United States. If you go to a Muslim website, I've seen as high as 9 million. As high as 9 million, that's not true. But you see all kinds of numbers. Somewhere in that range is the number of Muslims in the United States. Worldwide, 1.6 billion. So they're moving up from a fifth. They're in the process of moving up from a fifth to a quarter of the world's population being Muslim. You can compare this with Christianity. Here in the United States, have a vast majority. And by the way, when we say Muslims and Christians, we're talking about people who would identify themselves as Muslims and Christians, not necessarily very committed in any sense. And so worldwide, people who would call themselves Christians outnumber those who consider themselves Muslims. There's one other statistic to consider. Notice that the number of Muslims is rising. The percentage of Muslims in the world is rising. And Muslims actually use this as an argument for Islam. They say, look, Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world. That shows that it must be true. And they're kind of assuming that this is happening by conversion, which it's not. Islam and Christianity are roughly equal with how many people are converting to the religion. And I've even seen some studies show Islam is losing people much more rapidly. But it's birth rates. It comes down to birth rates. Christianity is largely in the West, and birth rates are low. Many Muslim countries are third world countries. Part of the definition of third world country is high birth rates. And in some areas, and in Europe, and in the UK, Muslim birth rates are outnumbering non-Muslim birth rates 2 to 3 times. So the Muslims are having more babies by 2 or 3 times than non-Muslims. And it's basic math here. If you have a group that's smaller, but they're having 2 or 3 times as many babies, it's only a matter of time before they eventually outnumber you. Now things could change. Their birth rates could go down to the level of everyone else or something. But if that remains the same, you can start off with a very small population, and in a few generations have a very large population. So yes, Islam is growing mostly through birth rates. That's one of the reasons very important to learn about it, because whether anyone likes it or not, Islam is a-coming all over the world.
I would like to point out one thing. The average Christian in the United States, someone who would identify himself as a Christian, generally has 0 ties to Christianity. They'll just say, I'm a Christian because I was born a Christian. And if someone else challenges Christianity, they'll kind of throw their hands up and say, whatever, I really don't know and I really don't care. Give me my Xbox and my donuts, please. That's kind of the attitude. But with Muslims, even though they might just identify themselves as Muslims, if that identity is challenged of Islam, they'll respond to that challenge. Even if they don't practice the religion, generally speaking, even if they haven't prayed their prayers in years, if they haven't kept fasts or anything, if someone challenges Islam, they see that as a challenge against their identity. I'm speaking generally, but this is generally true. So you can't see the average nominal Christian the way you'd see the average nominal Muslim. There's a difference. One other factor to mention is that especially in the United States, Muslims will often have a minority mentality, an us versus them mentality, where they kind of have to defend themselves against what could be an attack from the man. And so they will, for that reason, kind of amplify their response to anything that might challenge Islam. And that explains a lot of what's going on in the media with CARE and with various Muslim organizations. Different sects of Islam. Islam is just like Christianity in the fact that there are a bunch of different sects. There are major divisions, like in Christianity we have Catholics, Protestants, Orthodox, etc. The major divisions in Islam are Sunni and Shia. This goes back to a very early split in Islam, which had to do with the leadership. And they have some pretty important differences between the two, but What you would need to know is really that Sunnis make up the majority of Muslims around the world, the vast majority, 80 to 85%. 10 to 15% are Shia. And usually the Shias found in the United States are found in pockets, one of which being in Dearborn, Michigan. The beliefs are mostly the same. The 5 pillars of Islam, we'll be talking about that in a moment, they're the same between the two groups. The prayers are done slightly differently, but the beliefs of the importance of the prayers are the same. The method, basically, of interpreting Islamic law is different between the two. One's more authoritative, the other one's more traditional. But you don't really need to know all that. If you have questions about it, you can ask me later. You have some groups that are way more conservative, such as the Wahhabi groups, mostly found in Saudi Arabia. These are groups that are known as, from their perspective, ultra-conservative. They're trying to go way back to the Islamic roots and live life just the way Muhammad did. Sufis are entirely different. Sufis have a much more mystical approach to Islam, where it's much less form, much more function, and they'll spend time reading mathematical facts like gematria, but through the Quran. So you have mystics, you have hardline conservatives, you've got Ahmadis, which, if I had to make a parallel, I would say they're kind of like the Mormons of Islam, in that they're very evangelical, they're very nice people. They generally live as they try to make themselves more moral than everyone else to show the truth of their faith. The difference is, of course, that Ahmadis actually believe in all the central tenets of Islam. That's the sect of Islam that I came from. Then you've got other sects in Islam that really have no bearing whatsoever, but carry the name of Islam. For example, Nation of Islam, very, very little to do with original Islam, very little at all, but they carry the name. This is the group that's most often known as being able to convert young African Americans in prisons to Islam.
And lots of these groups, if they're in the same area, I'm sure you know, will fight, and some of them will not hesitate to kill members of another group. You might have seen on the news just a few days ago where 3 Ahmadis, 3 from the group of Ahmadis, were surrounded by a group of 1,000 Muslims who beat them to death, and it was horrible, horribly graphic. Video footage is all over the internet. But
happens quite regularly, unfortunately. It's hard. It's very, very hard. Like I called my mom I said, what was this about? And she had heard about it until I called her. And when I called her, she started wailing and mourning because, these are, to her, it's like her church, it's her family. So it's hard.
All right, so we'll have a basic timeline, then we'll go a little more in depth. Muhammad is born around 570, to give you the context. So he's born around 570 in Mecca in Saudi Arabia. So a little over half a millennium after Christ. The time is kind of important because there were various groups that were in all over the place in the Middle East. Some people, some heretical groups have been kicked out of the Roman Empire, and when they left, many of them went to the Middle East. And so when you hear various strange versions of Christianity that really attribute strange beliefs to Christians, a lot of it has to do with that, with heretical groups going to the Middle East. So Muhammad's born around 570, seemed to live a pretty normal life for the next 40 years. He would fast and pray, and when he was 40 years old, we'll talk about the experience later on, but he became convinced later that he had been called to be a prophet. That's not what he thought when it happened to him, as we'll see in a little while. But he's 40 years old when he concludes that he's a prophet. For the next couple years, he preaches to people. He tries to keep it quiet, doesn't want to draw attention to himself. Then he starts preaching out in the open. So Muhammad dies around 632. Just an overview here. Then you have the early caliphate. These are the caliphs who knew Muhammad. These are Muhammad's close companions, and so you had that generation of leaders that were part of the early Muslim community. Then you had the later caliphates, and finally a more modern version of Islam in the Ottoman Empire.
Now, most Sunni Muslims, and this is a huge difference, probably the biggest difference between Sunnis and Shias, they consider the early caliphate the Caliphate there, they consider that to be divinely inspired or divinely appointed leaders. So the caliphs that came right after Muhammad were divinely appointed, according to Sunnis. Shias say no, they usurped power from the family of Muhammad. So that's where the split comes in.
And that's part of the origin of some of the reason of getting back to fundamentalism. Is that Muhammad was asked, what's the best generation of Muslims? And he says this first generation, and this is the generation where you have the rightly guided caliphs. And so Muslims today would say, well, if Muhammad says that that's the best generation, these are the guys you need to listen to, then we need to make all of the world like that.
And we'll be coming back to this again, especially in the peace and violence section. Now, if you take a look at this, this is pretty amazing. When Muhammad died, Mecca's kind of over here, Medina's kind of over here. So Mecca, Medina, 200 miles apart. And by the time Muhammad died, this whole blue area had become Muslim. He had expelled all non-Muslims from the Arabian Peninsula.
And that's not even in his 22 years as a prophet. For about the first dozen years, he wasn't fighting anyone. So it's about the last 10 years of his life where he originally starts with raiding some caravans. And other than that, that happened in a decade.
And then by the time the 4 caliphs had passed, this whole turquoise area had become under Muslim control. And that's a very large landmass right there. We're talking almost the size of the Greek Empire and the Roman Empire.
There was a reason for that too, by the way. The Persians were fighting the Romans and they were at war and they had destroyed each other's militaries. They were very weak, and that allowed another force to come in and just mop the floor with them.
Within 100 years after that, this, what would you call this color? Chartreuse?
Green.
This area over here had all become Muslim. So we're talking from the Atlantic almost to the borders of China. So very, very, and Muslims will often point to this spread as more evidence to believe in the truth of Islam. Very, very vast and rapid spread of the religion, and we'll account for that shortly. Here's some things from the early time period of Islam that you really need to know about if you're going to understand Islam. Now, granted, what we're about to teach you might mean you know more than the average Muslim here in the United States, but it's good for you to know if you want to be intellectually dialoguing with your Muslim friends.
And this sort of framework here, this is going to be crucial later on for understanding peace and violence passages in the Quran. Once you have the timeline down, then you look at the peaceful passages in the Quran, you look at the more violent passages of the Quran, and it all becomes very clear what's going on here.
So if there's 2 slides in this presentation we would like you to pay extra close attention to, this is one of them. First, 610 AD is when Muhammad started his prophethood. Do we want to share that story now?
No, I got it.
You got it later?
PowerPoint.
Okay. So Muhammad says he is now a prophet at 610 AD. 610 through 622, he is in Mecca. This is the city of his birth, the city of his childhood, the city where he's done most of his work. The people there have known him, and according to the records we have, which are all filtered through an Islamic lens, unfortunately, but according to the records we have, Muhammad was known as a Sadiq, the truthful, before he was ever a prophet. So people had known him for his truthfulness, his trustworthiness, and within this time period, these 13 years from 610 to 622, he's really starting to share the basics of Islam, the monotheist basics, the social reform, the concepts of fasting and praying. They're getting their foundation here in this time frame. Understand that Mecca is a pagan city. And it's not just a pagan city, it's about the pagan city of Arabia. This is where there is a temple, the Kaaba, where there's a central building surrounded by 360 idols, one representing each day of the year. And pagans from all over Arabia would come to Mecca to worship. And in the process of doing that, they would bring their goods. Their caravans would come, and since people were coming from all over, they would trade. Muhammad was at this time speaking against polytheism. And so the pagans gradually grew more and more impatient with Muhammad. And David will share those details.
And by the way, he loved Jews and Christians during this time. So this is where you find during this Medinan period where Muhammad is criticizing the polytheists, he loves monotheists. And so if you talk to a Muslim, they'll show you passages of the Quran which say Jews and Christians are fine, Jews and Christians are great, Jews and Christians are wonderful. These came from this period. Unfortunately, that wasn't the final revelation.
When 622 rolled around, the polytheists had had enough of Muhammad. Muhammad had begun to say some slightly more violent things.
He said, "I will slaughter you." Sorry, slightly more violent.
Trying to tone it down a bit. Try to be fair to the evidence. So in 622, they kicked him out, and he fled to Medina. Now, Medina was known as Yathrib at the time. It was a city about 200 miles to the north of Mecca. A 200-mile flight across the desert while you're being chased by people who want to kill you is not exactly an easy thing, but he did it. And when he got to Medina, they basically yielded the city to him. They said, "You are now arbiter and commander of this city." And the reason why is because there were disputes that were happening in that city between the pagans and the Jews who lived there. The Jews were monotheists, and so they liked Muhammad. The pagans were Arabs, and so they liked Muhammad. And when Muhammad came, he was given total control over the city of Medina. At this point, he started launching attacks. Now that he has power, we see messages coming from Allah to Muhammad, revelations that he can now fight. So he now starts attacking people from Mecca and trying to get goods from their caravans as they pass by. This starts the major battle, the first major battle of Badr, 624 AD. This was a battle that the Muslims should have lost, 313 Muslims versus 1,000 non-Muslims. The non-Muslims were well armed, they had horses. This is all, again, filtered through an Islamic lens. But the non-Muslims were very well armed, the Muslims were not, yet the Muslims won.
And we might mention this later, but the Muslims started losing that battle, and that's when Muhammad says, anyone who dies fighting these guys, paradise. All of a sudden they were ready to go to their deaths. So,
that's a good point. Yeah. This was the only time Muhammad said, if you fight this battle, you will go to paradise. And all 313 warriors were listed as entrants into paradise. Very interesting. Then the battles continued after this point. The battles happened continuously to Muhammad's death. There was no stopping of the battles after this point. In 630 AD, there were three major battles between the flight and Mecca, three major battles in Medina. After that, they went back to Mecca in 630 AD with 10,000 warriors. And they took over Mecca. We'll talk more about this in a little bit. The late Meccan period, more battles started. This is when the rest of Arabia was getting conquered by Muslims. And then Muhammad died in 632 AD. So the major framework here, 610, these are dates that you should be familiar with for today anyway. 610 AD is when Muhammad says he becomes a prophet. 622 is when he goes to Medina. So before 622 and after 622, you see a big change in Islam. Sir?
During the Meccan period,
yeah.
I've seen between 100 and 150.
I've only ever seen 100, so yeah, that's about right.
So during 13 years, he only had about 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or you might look at it differently. You might say, when Muhammad was preaching, listen to the beauty of my message, which was his original message. Look at how amazing these verses of this book are that I'm getting. Didn't win a lot of followers. Now, Muslim would say, well, that's because people were obsessed with their paganism and didn't want to listen. But didn't win many converts when the message was, believe this, it's beautiful. Later on, the message becomes, join me. If you go out with me and fight, and you die, you're getting paradise and you're virgins. And if you live, you split the spoils of war. Either way, you're better off. So that's why just a few years later he's able to return to the city with 10,000.
I also heard that most of his followers was like kids, like Ali was 10 years old, and others, many kids that mostly outcast people from the community.
Oh well, I mean, it certainly helps with outcasts. By the way, that helped Christianity too. Christianity was very popular among slaves in the Roman Empire, for instance. When you hear, no, hey, you're God loves you, God loves you. So yeah, this can always help. And if you're poor, especially Muhammad's message, join with me and fight, and you'll get all this stuff. Younger people are ready to go out and do that.
Now, there were a few people who were better off. For example, Muhammad's best friend Abu Bakr was a fairly wealthy man. So you had some people who were more well off. For the most part, these were slaves and children. Good question.
And during the down period, Muslims stored
The average Muslim does not know that. The average Muslim will think Mecca came out to fight Muhammad.
actually attack the caravan.
Oh, we're going to cover this. We're going to cover this in detail in a little while in one of the other presentations. So, yeah.
Great questions. Oh, by the way, we just mentioned how there were approximately 100 Muslims in that first period. You will hear, if you talk to your Muslim friends and they're very devout Muslims, you will hear them say that Muslims were always persecuted by the Meccans when they lived in Mecca. Persecutions were horrible. Well, there were only 100 Muslims to begin with. So how many persecutions could there have been? And in fact, the records indicate that there were no more than 15 accounts of persecution over the entire 13 years.
And about 2 you can make a case for were killed because of Islam. Now we're not saying, oh, it's okay because the numbers are low.
Right.
We're saying we need to keep it because it gets exaggerated massively. The Muslims were massively persecuted and they were being slaughtered left and right, and it's just not true.
So keep those general numbers in mind.
Okay. Well, we'll look at the basics of the religion, and we should probably zoom through this because we got about 15 minutes left before hours up. But you have the 5 pillars of Islam. You've heard of these. The 5 pillars, these are the basic things that Muslims have to do. So you have the 6 articles of faith. These are the things that Muslims have to believe. And the 5 pillars are the basic things that Muslims have to do. And then we have the Quran. This is the book that Muslims believe in. We're actually going to talk about these after. Like, I shouldn't talk about them now, right? This is just the outline, and then we're going to look at them?
We're going to look at them, yeah.
Okay, and then Muhammad and the ahadith. And it's important to distinguish the Quran from the hadith. So,
now, I want to point out that the 5 pillars of Islam, what you have to do, tend to be way more important to Muslims than the articles of faith, which you have to believe. Now, some of the basics of the articles of faith Muslims believe, definitely, like Allah and Muhammad, etc. But for the most part, they care. If you ask a Muslim to repeat, what are the 5 pillars of Islam? For the most part, they'll probably be able to do it. When it comes to 6 articles of faith, probably not. But I'm generalizing, of course. The 5 pillars of Islam, the first and foremost, the most important, the Shahada. This is the statement that makes you a Muslim. If you believe it, there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. You find the Shahada all over the place. Here's it on the flag of Saudi Arabia. Here's it in the form of calligraphy. You'll see that if you go into Moorish Spain, if you go to Morocco, anywhere that has been a part of the Muslim Empire, you will see the Shahada.
Prayer 5 times a day. No, I was about to start talking about. I think we're gonna talk more about the origins of the 5 prayers. Basically, that was a practice of a group called the Sabaeans. They practice it all the same times a day, and we might talk about, although I don't think we have it scheduled, that basically everything in Islam was ultimately drawn from one of the groups around Muhammad at some time. But why don't you tell them what Muslims pray in their prayers? Used to do it.
All kinds of statements that you pray. Generally, there's a section of the prayer where you repeat parts of the Quran. Now, as a young Muslim, the first chapter of the Quran that I had been taught was Surah Al-Ikhlas, chapter 1 to 12 of the Quran. It's called Huwallahu Ahad, Allahu Samad, Lam Yalid, wa Lam Yulad, wa Lam Yakul Lahu Kufuwan Ahad. It rhymes, it has meter, it's easy to learn. Kids learn it and repeat it all the time. That whole chapter, that was the whole chapter right there, is a denial of the deity of Christ. It says, say he is God, the independent and besought by all. He begets not, nor is he begotten, and there's none like him. Now, why would Muslims have to make this a chapter of the Quran?
How often do you recite Surah 1?
You recite Surah 1 every rakat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's important to note what the first surah says. When it says, in the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, praise be to Allah, the cherisher and sustainer of the worlds, most gracious, most merciful, master of the day of judgment, thee do we worship and thine aid we seek. Show us the straight way, the way of those on whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, those whose portion is not wrath and who go not astray. Those last two parts, if you look up any of the major Muslim commentaries, those refer to Jews and Christians. Let us be the ones on whom you have bestowed grace, not the ones who've gone astray, not the ones who get your wrath. And that's actually the early Muslim terminology of the way they referred to Jews and Christians.
So, Salat, I guess the major takeaway that we want you to have here is this is very, very important to Muslims. This is what they structure their day out. In the morning, they'll wake up for the first prayer of the day, Fajr. At nighttime, after Isha, the last prayer, generally they'll wrap up the day. Work breaks are taken around the Salat. And so this is very vital, not just for their religion, but also for their daily life.
And if you look, you can see how that would work, binding a community together.
Yeah, everyone's bowing down right next to each other. The feeling of brotherhood in Islam is very, very powerful. When you're lined up with 100 people all in front of you, behind you, all around you, and you're all doing the same movements, it's a very, very powerful feeling.
Or if you take the Hajj, and it's millions.
Millions. We'll see a picture of that coming up. Zakat, this is the alms, the taxes, the tithing, however you want to put it, that Muslims have to pay. It's 2.5% of their assets. It's not just the income, it's the assets every year. And originally this was a little bit, it had less form, how it was collected and used. As Islam grew throughout Muhammad's reign, it had more and more tight control. I guess we can't talk about that. Yes?
The two surahs that you mentioned, one the David, 112 and number 1. They're very, very important things that people need to know that. The Surah 12, in fact, does not belong to Allah.
Surah 112.
Surah 112. Surah, and if somebody questions that, we will explain later on. It's a borrowed one from the Holy Bible. Because Allah was not a divine God and is not a divine God. Period. And we have the many proofs. And number 2, the Surah 1, in that is very, very important for the Christian people to know that there are 2 things show us the straight path, the path of those, the word is those, path and those, on whom you have the favor. So there are 2 things. One is that desire, one is the prayer. For the last 1400 years. And what is the prayer? They want to be like Jews and Christians. That is prayer and desire. And we need to know it. That prayer will never be fulfilled under the day of judgment. Until and unless they accept the Lord Jesus Christ.
That's true. Thank you, brother. We've got 5 minutes to finish this talk. So we'll rush through the rest here. Psalm is the 3rd pillar of Islam, fourth pillar, where it talks about fasting. Fasting is done during the month of Ramadan. It's not fasting as we've come to know it as Christians, where you don't eat anything for a whole day, or for 2 days or 3 days, however long. This is where you don't eat or drink anything from sunrise to sunset.
Or smoke, or have sex, or...
Yes,
Okay.
or you abstain from all kinds of things, but generally the main issue is food. So what they'll do often is they'll have a feast right before breakfast, right before sunrise, and then right after sunset they'll have another feast.
Those are actually the biggest sales of supermarkets and stuff in the Muslim world is during Ramadan.
And they'll host parties, and they'll also have people during that time. People try to become more generous, and donate food, and they'll invite homeless people to come eat, etc. It's a fun time if you can share that time with others, but it's important to keep in mind how this affects the average Muslim. Finally, the last pillar of Islam is Hajj. This is the pilgrimage to Mecca that must be made by all Muslims at least once in their lifetime. What you see there is a picture of Mecca. The mosque to the right there, the Grand Mosque, that has been gradually built upon by kings and emperors over time. The Kaaba is right there in the center. That's the original Kaaba. This point here to this point here is half a mile. And all this, each dot you see here is a person. Right here you have 5 million people who gather for this Hajj. And this happens every year. My parents went a few years ago. So this is a very important thing, and the feeling of brotherhood again. That's what got Malcolm X to convert to Orthodox Islam, from the Nation of Islam. So we've covered the 5 pillars of Islam, the 6 articles of faith.
Let's breeze through them real quick. Belief in one God, not a triune God, a God who is not triune in that, certainly not triune in that sense. Belief in the angels, so they believe in some of the same angels we would say, so Gabriel and Michael, and they have some others that you've never heard of. The Holy Scriptures, Muslims are required, commanded to believe in not only the Quran, but the Gospel and the Torah. And this is important because I don't know if we'll get into this, but according to the Quran, the Gospel and the Torah can't be corrupted. These are books that can't be corrupted. But Muslims have to believe that they're corrupted because they don't line up with the Quran. Prophets, so if you open up the Quran, you'll see all kinds of stories that somewhat sound familiar. They'll sound like they're off in the details, but you'll see the same sorts of names. Day of Judgment, so one day everyone is going to have to answer and go to paradise or hell. And the supremacy of God's decree, basically something along the lines of fate. If you do something right, that was Allah's plan. If you did something wrong, that was Allah's plan. There are even narrations that go back to Muhammad where Moses says to Adam in the future life, you messed everything up for us, Adam, by doing what you did in the garden. And Adam says, what are you doing? Allah decreed that I would do that 40 years before I was born. So everything you do, that was exactly what was planned from the beginning. Even if you do wrong, God made you do that.
The Quran, we're going to have a session on the Quran right after lunch. But briefly, the Quran was compiled over 23 years by progressive revelation. We'll talk about that a bit more. The inspiration of the Quran, it doesn't work like the Bible works. In general, the Bible is understood to be God using the Holy Spirit, through the Holy Spirit, inspiring the authors to write the words of the Bible. It's different in the Quranic sense. In the Quranic sense, God sends, Gabriel says, repeat exactly these words to Muhammad. And Muhammad will then memorize the words, repeat them to scribes, and scribes will write them down. Muhammad himself was unable to write. So that's how the Quran was initiated. We'll talk about that much more shortly. And it is the most significant component of Islamic law, Sharia. It is considered to be by far the most significant component.
Mr. Nabeel is already here.
Yes.
We need to ask something.
I'm going to have a whole hour on the Quran, by the way. I'm going to have a whole hour on the Quran after lunch.
Okay.
So if we need to add more, we'll add it then.
Muhammad, we're about to do a whole hour on Muhammad as well. But the view of Muhammad is interesting because on the one hand, if you read the Quran, it sounds like Jesus is more important than Muhammad, and yet Muslims are to regard him as obviously superior in every way, in the way that they treat him. In other words, if you draw a cartoon of Jesus, no one's going to kill you for it. If you draw a cartoon of Muhammad, people are going to die. Muslims believe, as we'll see in the next presentation, he's the greatest man ever. If you want to model yourself after anyone, you model yourself after Muhammad. And here we're talking especially in the West. I mean, when Nabeel and I used to talk and he'd tell me about Muhammad, Muhammad is the gentlest, nicest, kindest, greatest person ever. And if you just look at this guy's life, if you just look at his character, you'll see he had to be a prophet. We'll look a bit more closely at that one in the next session.
One last thing you should know, and then we'll. Do we have breaks scheduled between?
We'll take like a 5-minute break, switch our PowerPoint and stuff
So
like
one
that.
last thing before the break. Ahadith and Sunnah. Now, when we talk about Sharia, when we talk about Islamic law, there are a few components of that. The first, again, is the Quran. Islamic law is derived from the mandates of the Quran. The second are the traditions, the Ahadith and the Sunnah. They're generally lumped up. When someone says Sunnah, they'll generally be referring to both. When someone says Hadith, they'll be referring to both. But these are the sayings and the actions of Muhammad.
So these are some examples. So this is a Quran. This is a Quran. It's got the English and Arabic in there. So it's actually about the size. The Quran itself is about the size of the New Testament.
And for the average Muslim, picking it up with your left hand and waving it around is really good.
Yeah, I had a Muslim at the Islamic Society of North America. We went to the conference, and I was just standing here talking with the Quran. A Muslim came up and kind of freaked out on me. So this is a Quran. These are a couple volumes of the Hadith. The Hadith isn't like the Quran in the sense that it's this one book that you can hold in your hand. These are just 2 volumes of one collection. This is 2 volumes of Sahih al-Bukhari. But tons of Muslim scholars down through the ages have put together collections. Muslims consider some of them more reliable than others. Some of them are most reliable. But basically, the main distinction you want to keep in mind: the Quran is not supposed to be about Muhammad. The Quran is supposedly a book that was eternal in heaven. It was revealed to Muhammad, and then Muhammad had this book, but it's not about Muhammad's life. Now, if you read it, you'll find all kinds of things that had to do with Muhammad's life. But officially, it's this book that was in paradise, was given to Muhammad. The Hadith, these are stories about the life of Muhammad. Muhammad went here, Muhammad did this, this question was raised to Muhammad, here's how he answered it. And so the Hadith would actually be more similar to let's say the gospel narratives, and that the gospels are narratives about Jesus, and these are narratives about Muhammad in various situations.
Good. So we discussed, for the introduction, we've discussed basic statistics, basic Islamic history, and Islam as a religion. Again, just the basics. If anyone has a question on what we've just discussed, let me tell you this. Here's how the sections are going to be going. The next session we're going to have after we come back from break is going to be on Muhammad. So we're going to talk about Muhammad for now. And we're going to have lunch. After lunch, we're going to come back and we're going to have a session on the Quran for an hour. Then we're going to have another.
It's going to be a tour or something.
The
tour of the school. Yeah.
Of the academy. And then we're going to have a half hour on Islam, the argument from science that Muslims will use to say that Islam is the truth. We'll have another half hour on women in Islam and the information there that David's going to share. And then finally, we'll have 1 hour on peace and violence in Islam. So if you have questions about those specific topics, we're going to be covering them in much more depth. Hold out on those. If you have any other questions on what we've just talked about right now, feel free to ask. Sir? It's a great question. Muslims will say that what Muhammad said is generally infallible. You have some Muslims who diverge and say, no, Muhammad said it, sometimes he's saying it in the capacity of a man, not in the capacity of a prophet. But generally, Muslims will say what Muhammad said is infallible. However, they'll argue whether or not it's been properly recorded.
And in a collection like this is Sahih al-Bukhari. This is considered the most trusted source on Muhammad's teachings. And generally, unless it contradicts something in the Quran, this would be considered as good as gold.
For most Muslims. Now, some Muslims will start seeing things in it they don't like, and all of a sudden they change their perspective on hadith.
You did that.
I know I did.
Yeah.
So
I came to him with Ibn Asaq, and he said, I don't like that. Go to Sahih al-Bukhari. And I came up with all kinds of stuff from Sahih al-Bukhari, and he says, just come to me with the Quran. So,
thanks, David.
Anytime.
Okay, good. We'll take a 5-minute break.
5 minutes, and then we'll start on Muhammad, and then we'll have lunch. Now we're going to talk about Muhammad. And I titled this, Muhammad, the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Anyone seen the movie The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? Yeah. I was raised on that movie. It was interesting. I came home one day, and my 4-year-old son was watching The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and I said, "What are you doing showing him?" Said to my wife, "What are you doing showing him that movie?" And she said, "It's his favorite movie." And I said, "I don't care if it's his favorite. Turn it off. Maybe it's 6 or something. I don't know." But there's a reason I titled this Muhammad, the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, not just because there were some good things and some bad things and some ugly things about Muhammad's life, but I remember growing up watching this movie, there was something that always kind of confused me. I understood why Lee Van Cleef, Angel Eyes in the movie, I understood why he was the bad. That was a bad guy. He'd kill anyone to get money, and there's a scene where he beats a woman to get some information out of her. And, so he was a very bad guy. And I understood why Tuco here was called the Ugly. I mean, especially not just his not his appearance, but I mean, like his life. If you heard the charges that were read against him when he was about to be hanged and stuff, it was raping all kinds of women and all just horrible stuff. So I understood why he was the ugly. I could never figure out why Clint Eastwood was the good. If you think about what Clint Eastwood did in the movie, he would capture someone like Tuco, turn him in to get the bounty reward, and then right when he's about to be executed, free him and turn him in the next town, collect the bounty again, free him again, turn him in at the next town, collect the bounty again. And so he basically robs the government for a living. That's what Clint Eastwood does. And yet he's the good. And I couldn't figure that out when I was young. And eventually I did figure it out. It's, he's Clint Eastwood. He must be the good, no matter what he does. Regardless of what he does, he's Clint Eastwood's character, and so even if it's Dirty Harry or this, he's got to be the good guy. And that's what you find in the life of Muhammad. If you study the life of Muhammad, you'll find some disturbing stuff. Stuff that when I heard for the first time, I said, someone's making this up. This could not be true. No one would believe in this guy if all of this stuff was true. And later on, you find out it is true. And I mean, if I were to sit down, matter of fact, if we were to sit down as a group and kind of write down a top 10 list of the worst things a human being could do, Muhammad probably did about 7 of them. This is some rough stuff. And yet Muslims will not just say, hey, that stuff's okay. They'll say, this is the greatest man in history. He so far surpasses everyone else in all of history. There's just no comparison. And so the answer I find is, no matter what Muhammad does, he must be good, just because he's Muhammad. What, you want Mount Duty? Yeah. Let me see if I get it. And Nabeel wanted a book that I carry around. It's actually pretty, gives a basic idea of the Muslim view. This is from a 20th century scholar on Islam, Abu Abdul Maududi. I'm not Pakistani, dude.
You hang out with the white
Maududi,
stuff.
that's how you say it. Following pages, if you want to read some.
Okay,
So he's going to read some excerpts from this book about what the Muslim view of Muhammad is.
Now, before I do, I want to tell you that when you have it ingrained in you from childhood, from the moment you can start understanding what your parents are saying to you, that Muhammad is the best man who ever walked on the face of the earth, that is what you believe. You orientate your reality around that. These are the kinds of statements we were read from childhood. He, Muhammad, is entirely different from the people among whom he is born, and with whom he spends his youth and early manhood. He never tells a lie. The whole nation is unanimous in testifying to his truthfulness. Even his worst enemies never accuse him of telling a lie on any occasion whatsoever. He talks politely and never uses obscene and abusive language. He has such a charming personality and winsome manners that he captivates the hearts of all those who come in contact with him. He is the very embodiment of modesty, in the midst of a society which is immodest to the core. Born and bred among a people who regard drunkenness and gambling as virtues, he never touches alcohol and never indulges in gambling. His people are uncouth, uncultured, and unclean. Personified in him is the highest culture and the most refined aesthetic outlook. Surrounded on all sides by heartless people, he himself is a heart overflowing with the milk of human kindness. He helps orphans and widows. He is hospitable to travelers. He harms no one. Instead, he goes all out to suffer hardships for others' sake. Living among those for whom war is bread and butter, he is a lover of peace. His heart melts for people when they take up arms and cut each other's throats. In brief, the towering and radiant personality of this man in the midst of such a corrupt and dark environment may be likened to a beacon light, brightening a pitch-dark night to a diamond, or to a diamond in a heap of dead stones.
By the way, this goes on for pages like this. It goes on the entire book, but there's this 30-page section or so. There's just these praises of Muhammad and his character. And it's saying that Muhammad is so great that he towers so high above everyone else that it's just obvious that he must be sent from God. And I actually torture my wife with this book. When I want to annoy her, I'll just start reading from this book, and she knows about the life of Muhammad, so she just can't take it. Let me give you sort of the end, the conclusion of this section. By his forceful personality, he made a permanent impression on the hearts of thousands of his disciples, molded them according to his liking. By his iron will, he prepared the ground for revolution, fashioned its shape and features, and directed the current of events into the channel he desired. Can anyone cite another example of a maker of history of such distinction, another revolutionary of such brilliance and splendor? So this is after discussing the life of Muhammad and all the different ways Muhammad is so vastly superior, that Muhammad is the one who produced Islamic culture and shaped it according to the pattern that he'd been given. And it's high praise.
From childhood on, this is what we're taught, and it's also said in the Quran, chapter 33, verse 21 of the Quran. Certainly you have in the apostle of Allah, Muhammad, an excellent exemplar for him who hopes in Allah and the latter day and remembers Allah much. In other words, Muhammad is the perfect exemplar, according to the Quran, the perfect scripture. So this is what we're told to ascribe to. Now, if I can just drive home this point a little bit, if you ever see Muslims with long beards, the reason why is because Muhammad had a long beard. If you see Muslims shave their mustache while having this long beard, it's because Muhammad said, don't grow mustaches like the Christians, and grow your beards out. And so they follow that. If you see Muslims stepping into a mosque with their right foot, if you see Muslims stepping into a bathroom with their left foot, if you see Muslims washing their right hand first, washing their right nostril first, saying certain prayers as they go into certain rooms, this is all because the stories of what Muhammad did during his life.
Some Muslims will actually count squares of toilet paper because Muhammad said you should wipe yourself with a certain number of stones, and well, that's what we use now. And so, I mean, how many squares do we have? That's how Muhammad did it. So
Muslims tend to try to emulate as much of Muhammad's life as they possibly can, and this is a form of piety for them.
So we're actually going to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's important to keep in mind that there are some good things about Muhammad. In other words, you have Muslims who say he's the greatest person in all of history. Now you have some people who say he's the absolute worst person in all of history. There's nothing in his life that you could agree with. And as is so often the case, the truth lies somewhere between the endpoints, the extremes. So there are a couple of good things about Muhammad, and I tried to come up with every single one I could. If you can come up with anything else, please let me know. This is what I've been able to say, where I can say, okay, this is something good.
And a lot of these things come from the early years of Islam. Like we said, Muhammad didn't have a lot of power. Look at this for a moment. He was dedicated to social reform. This is true. At the time, women had very few rights in the Arabic society, and he was able to end female infanticide amongst his people. This is a practice whereby girls ended up costing their family more than they had contributed. And so families would bury their daughters alive when they were born.
Or just toss them out in the desert or some bad stuff.
And so that was pretty bad. Muhammad stood against this, which is good. Muhammad also helped widows and orphans. We can explain this. We didn't mention this in Muhammad's life yet, but we can explain this from the fact that Muhammad was born to a widow. Muhammad's father died a few months before he was born. And so his mother was a widow until she died, at which point he had to live with his grandfather, at which point his grandfather died, at which point he had to live with his uncle. And so Muhammad was going from place to place as an orphan, and he probably saw the injustices that happened towards orphans and widows. And so Or maybe he just had a good heart for orphans and widows. Whatever. He ended up being very kind to orphans and widows in this reform process. He was dedicated to prayer and fasting. This is true. In a society where alcohol was and gambling was a norm, he was dedicated to prayer and fasting. Again, all the sources we get about him come filtered through an Islamic lens. We can only be so sure about these things. But as far as we can be sure, this is true. He was a vigorous monotheist. With virtually any exception, he was dedicated towards monotheism in a very pagan society. He did teach about the truth of biblical prophets. Abraham, Isaac, Ishmael, Moses, Job, Jonah, Jesus, John the Baptist. All these people are named in the Quran. And Muhammad teaches them as people worthy of respect, not just worthy of respect, but virtually sinless.
And it's important to keep in mind that there are issues where Muslims agree with Christians and no one else agrees with us. So Muslims believe in the virgin birth. Not exactly the way we believe in it, but who agrees with us on the virgin birth? Atheists don't. Hindus don't know it. No one agrees with us on the virgin birth, but Muslims do. Muslims believe, according to the Quran, Jesus lived the most miraculous life in history. Generally, people don't agree with us on that, but Muslims do. They believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Not exactly the same meaning as we have, but who agrees with us that Jesus is the anointed one. Muslims do, and it's we're gonna see lots of other things later on, but it's important to keep in mind things that we do agree with.
I would add one. I would say that he was also tenacious. When it comes to when Muhammad was being exiled from Mecca, he was told, "We will give you any woman or women you want. We will give you as much money as you want. Just stop preaching Islam." And he said, "No, I have to preach this message." So that was courageous. That was tenacious.
How about sincere? You could say sincere.
Sincere is a good one.
Okay.
And at times he showed great mercy. For example, coming back into Mecca with 10,000 soldiers, who wiped out everyone. This is the same people who had exiled him years before, the same people that caused the death of his uncle, who had taken him up after he had been orphaned, who had caused the death of his first wife, whom he had remained loyal to, by the way. He married his first wife when he was 25, 15 years before claiming prophethood. And he never married another woman while he was with her. So multiple marriages started happening after that. So there was some really good stuff, we can say, in Muhammad's life. We can't ignore this as people who might want to be shown the falsehood of Islam. Sure.
This is the view of most Muslims, but I do think that view is like female infanticide. We say that they were killed. This is not true. So every one of these people had a mother.
You say they killed all of them.
No. And what you're right. I think Muslims exaggerate this. Like Muslims would say that it was just this. It was, and you can actually point out a contradiction because if you're talking to a westernized Muslim, and they'll bring up and they'll say yes, and women were just the girls were slaughtered left and right. There were practically no women. And then you bring up the polygamy issue, and they say, well, Muslims had to marry all these extra women. Well, what are there all these extra women for if they're all being put to death as little girls? So yes, there is exaggeration, but it was a practice, and Muhammad said, hey, that thing that some people do, don't do that. And
hold on, before you go any further, I want to point something out. Our methodological approach is this: we take the Muslim sources, we see what they say, and we go with it. We try to show this is where your sources have problems. This is where granting everything that you would want to believe, you still have issues. We could challenge the sources. I think that most of the ahadith that we have in these books are made up. I think the fact that the Quran is the records of the Quran, I think, are for the most part something that was embellished over the course of 150 to 250 years after Islam. I think most of Islamic history is something that was embellished after that. But I don't use that approach when I go and talk to Muslims, because that's not going to be helpful at all. even a scholar I couldn't converse with at that point, because then what information, what basis, common denominator do you have to talk with? So, can't do it. I appreciate audience interaction, but when I'm trying to make a point, let me finish it and then talk. So when we have this degree of information here, and we can say, okay, I will take this book and everything in it that you print out as a Muslim publisher, and I will use this to show you what I think about Islam. That becomes a much stronger case. That becomes one that can become convincing to a Muslim. That, when I was a Muslim, was what affected me, was the stuff that came out of these books. So I'm trying to find a common denominator here. Now, did this stuff happen? I think the records show they do. Are the records trustworthy? We can only go so far.
And my view, just so you know, is like I said, I think that all of these are true to an extent. Muslims exaggerate what any good Muhammad did in pretty much every situation. It's, if Muhammad did one good thing, it becomes the greatest thing in history. But with anyone, I think you can point out some things where I'd say, okay, I agree. Jesus was born of a virgin. I agree with you on that. You agree on that. You believe there's one God in a culture where they believe in tons of gods. If I have to agree with anyone, I agree with you on that issue. To an extent, I agree. We don't have the exact same concept of God, but I agree with you that there is one God and not all these others.
Okay, so you were saying?
Like any other points, in Bezos Fahd, in the Battle of Fahd, he was injured and he was predicted by a woman, and he was always steal armor. I read that.
Well, I think, okay, but would you disagree with the fact that Muhammad began preaching a message of monotheism to the most pagan city in all of Arabia?
Well, there was a lot of
Well, I mean, would you disagree with that? Okay, so you might see things a bit differently, but I think the evidence shows...
Now, just to clarify, when we say he was courageous, we don't mean there was never a situation where he was the opposite, or any situation where he gave in. I think Muhammad gave in on all kinds of things, especially to his own desires. What I mean is there are certain situations where it would have been very easy to back down, and he didn't back down. And so I look at that and say, courage is generally considered a virtue if you don't back down from what you believe in, and Muhammad did that on various occasions. So that's about what we mean.
And really the main point we're trying to get across is, if we demonize, like if we take absolutely everything about someone and make it negative, even when there could be some positive there, then we will be seen as very biased and untrustworthy in our assessment. Whereas if we try to be fair and level with the evidence when we're talking to someone, then we'll be seen as someone worth discussing, worth dialogue.
Now there can be difference also, as they just said, that we have to believe that there is one God as Islam says, and we say no.
No, yeah.
Allah is totally different.
Right. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
we cannot accept in any discussion, in any way, that Allah is the same Jehovah God. No way.
Right, and we have to have that discussion.
Yeah, in a discussion like that, if a Muslim says, do you believe in the same God? I'd say, depends on exactly what you mean. If you mean one being created the universe, I agree. But according to Islam, God loves no one but Muslims. That's not the God I know.
Not only that,
There's plenty.
very solid information.
Yeah, and in Christianity, we can call God Father. According to the Quran, Allah is a father to no one. In Christianity, we believe in the Trinity. In Islam, not. So very different concepts of God in many ways. And you can get right down to the attributes. In Christianity, God's justice and love are perfect. At the end of time, there's no unpunished sin in Christianity. Either you paid the price yourself or Jesus took the price on the cross. But every sin has been punished. In Islam, Allah can just sweep some sins under the rug at the end of time if he wants to let those go. So his justice is not perfect. So you can get down just to just the attributes and very different concepts. But if I were to say what's better, monotheism of some version versus polytheism, where all of the gods are like us but a bit more powerful, I'd have to say Muhammad is closer to the truth in that way, with that one detail.
That's not true.
What's that?
Okay, well, if you want to discuss that, we can hold on. We have like another half hour to cover the bad and the ugly.
And I know you want to get to that stuff. I know you want to get to that. Yeah.
If you have a question or comments, write it down, and at the end, whatever's time left over, let's bring it up.
Yeah, this is a more enthusiastic crowd than normal, so
That's good. I like it. I like it like that. Yeah.
We have a lot to cover.
Okay, let's try and get through this as quick as possible, and then if we have some time for questions before lunch, we'll or comments or. All right, so now we have the bad.
So let's do this. I got a good one. If you have a question, raise your hand. If you have a comment, wait till the end.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is part of it. As I mentioned, I listed all the good things I could think of when it comes to Muhammad, and I couldn't think of any more. Nabeel may have come up with another. This is a list of the bad things, and I can think of a lot more. I can think of a lot more bad things. But we'll go through this partial list of things I would classify as bad. And you're going to be wondering, well, what's in the ugly category? Well, wait. So robberies, assassinations. This is what you look when you look to Muslim sources. You find robberies, assassinations.
Now, as a Muslim, I would stop him right here. What are you talking about? I have never heard any of this.
At which point I would open up a book and he would deny the book.
So we'll go with
Yeah.
that. Go ahead.
So the torture of a man named Kanana, Muhammad's treatment of the Jews, fighting non-Muslims, Muhammad's position on fighting non-Muslims, Muhammad's position on killing people who leave Islam, and some spiritual issues. So we're just going to look at like one or two passages on each one. So this is a passage from the Quran, Surah 2, verse 2:17. They ask thee concerning fighting in the prohibited months. So something about fighting in the prohibited months going on here. Say, fighting therein is a grave offense, but graver still in the sight of God, to prevent access to the path of God, to deny Him, to prevent access to the sacred mosque, and drive out its members. Tumult and oppression are worse than slaughter. Your average Muslim doesn't know the origin of this revelation. These verses have a historical context, something that was going on in history. When Muhammad left Mecca to Medina, he could have lived a perfectly peaceful life in Medina. The Meccans wanted nothing more to do with him. But he started attacking their caravans. He attacked their caravans, and they didn't respond. He attacked again, they didn't respond. He attacked again, they didn't respond. He attacked them again, they didn't respond. Muhammad attacks their caravans 7 times. Fails every time, they don't do anything in response. Finally, Muslims have a successful raid against a small Meccan caravan. They take all the goods, only one problem, it was during the holy month when everyone was always under agreement, there's going to be no fighting. There's going to be no fighting among us. So they go and they killed someone. They killed someone in the process. So the Muslims go back to Medina and tell Muhammad, hey, we got this stuff and we killed a guy. There's this little problem. We are under a truce. And Muhammad doesn't know what to do with it. He waits a while and this verse comes down. Fighting in the holy month is bad. But what they're doing to you by keeping you from taking the pilgrimage to Mecca, that's worse. Tumult and oppression are worse than slaughter.
Actually, if I can, it's just it was Muhammad sent him out to this place.
An envelope.
And he didn't tell him what their instructions were. He said, go out to this place, here's an envelope. When you get there, open up the envelope. And so they're there, it's the holy month. They get to that place, they open it up, and it says, wait a minute, this is telling us to attack the caravan. This is the holy month. But now they can't argue with Muhammad because they're out in the middle of the desert right before the caravan, and they got the letter, and they said, well, we got to attack them. And so that's how this attack happened.
And the end result was this revelation confirmed that it was, yes, it's not a good idea to do this, but what they're doing is worse, and so divide up the spoils.
By the way, all these stories are found from Muslim sources. We're not finding anything from a non-Muslim source.
Yeah, and so this is very interesting situation. if someone's doing something bad to you, it's okay to slaughter if they're doing something bad, because them oppressing you is worse than you slaughtering them, because they're oppressing Muslims. So if you ever, this is part of the idea, and there's much more to it, but this is part of the idea. If you ever wondered, how can Muslims fly planes into buildings? Well, if they believe you're oppressing some Muslims in Muslim lands, you're oppressing them, and that's worse than them slaughtering you. So this ultimately led to the Meccans deciding to defend their property, ultimately led to the Battle of Badr, but we'll talk more about that in a later session. Abu Athaq, so this is on the section on, this would be one of Muhammad's assassinations. Some of them are just random people. Some of them are particularly horrifying. A man named Abu Athaq was over 100 years old, according to the Muslim sources, and he wrote this poem about Muhammad. So Muhammad is brought to Medina. People start converting to Islam, going out fighting, and the community becomes divided because people are converting to Islam, and then those Muslims will no longer do certain things with their former family and relatives and so on. And so Abu Athaq writes this poem. Long have I lived, but never have I seen an assembly or collection of people more faithful to their undertaking and their allies when called upon than the sons of Kayla when they assembled. Men who overthrew mountains and never submitted. So he's praising the people. He's praising the people there. But then something happens. A rider, this is Muhammad, a rider who came to them split them in two, saying, permitted, forbidden, of all sorts of things. Had you believed in glory or kingship, you would have followed Tuba. Tuba was an ancient leader. So he says, you'd be better off following someone else other than Muhammad. This poem got circulated, and Muhammad's response was, who's going to kill this man for me? And so they went and stabbed a man who's over 100 years old to death in his sleep, stabbed him through the liver. Right after this, a woman named Asma bint Marwan heard about what happened, and she writes a poem saying, who's going to stand up to this man? Who's going to stand up to Muhammad? Look at what he's doing in our community. And Muhammad says, who's going to kill her? When the Muslim went to kill her, she was in the middle of her 5 children. She was breastfeeding one of them. They had to pull the baby away so they could stab her to death. But Muhammad is having people assassinated just for criticizing him or criticizing Islam. And so the point is, when you go back to these sources, everything happening in the world today kind of makes sense. Why would a Muslim go nuts and start killing people over cartoons or over a book like the Satanic Verses by Salman Rushdie? Why would people die over these things? Go back to the Muslim sources. This was the cartoon of the day. You write a little poem critical of someone and pass it around. And that's what happened. What was Muhammad's orders when this happened? You kill this person. You assassinate them. And that's why people have to die.
And to put that in, since we touched on modern context there for a moment, I want to point out, most Muslims don't know about this at all.
No clue.
They have no idea about Kinana. They have no idea about Abu Athaq or Asma bin Marwan. No idea. And once they find out, there's generally one of two responses. One is to say, oh, I don't believe this. This is poor history, it's poor sources, it has nothing to do with me. This is not the Islam I know, therefore it can't be true. They'll deny it. That's the average response in the West. So Western Muslims you run into, that's what you'll get. In certain areas which are much, much more fundamentalist, you'll have the response saying, oh, that's what Muhammad wanted me to do? Well, then I need to become more like that. I need to become more willing to respond in that way. And that's how you have a radicalizing of certain Muslims. Now, I'd say that response is much, much less common than the other response, but you only need a few people responding like that to wreak havoc.
Here's another one. This would be on torturing a man for money. Now, Muhammad, in Muhammad's defense, he didn't just randomly torture a person for money, but they conquered a town, and there was a man named Kanana who knew where money was hidden. And so Muhammad said, "Where's the money?" And he said, "I'm not telling you." And so when Muhammad asked him about the rest, and he refused to produce it, so the apostle gave orders to Al-Zubair bin Al-Awam. Thank you, Nabeel.
That was horrible.
That was great. Torture him until you extract what he has. Torture him until you extract what he has. So he kindled a fire with flint and steel on his chest until he was nearly dead. Then the apostle delivered him to Muhammad bin Maslama and he struck off his head in revenge for his brother Mahmud, who had been killed in battle. So this guy knows where money is. Torturing him, not to get information to save the military or something like that. This guy knows where money's hidden. Torture him until you get it, and you light the fire on his chest until he tells you something. The Qureshi Jew, all kinds of stuff you can talk about with the Jews. This is the one that normally gets brought up. Basically, when Muhammad went to Medina, there were 3 tribes of Jews. 8 years later, there's no tribe of Jews. Ever wondered what happened? Well, Muhammad kicks out the first 2. The second situation, we're not going to go into it, but the second situation was totally trumped up. But the Qureshi Jews apparently realized, wait a minute, Muhammad is getting rid of us. We didn't convert to Islam like he thought we were. And so now Muhammad isn't a fan of the Jews anymore. And by the way, they were totally right. We'll see later on, Muhammad was telling his followers, I will expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave any but Muslims. So Muhammad ultimately wanted one society made of all Muslims. So the third tribe tried to form an alliance with the Meccans, tried to form an alliance against Muhammad with the Meccans. The Meccans didn't help when the Jews were surrounded. And here's what happened. They surrendered, and the apostle confined them in Medina. Then the apostle went out to the market of Medina and dug trenches in it. Then he sent for them and struck off their heads in those trenches as they were brought out to him in batches. There were 600 or 700 in all, though some put the figure as high as 800 or 900. As they were being taken out in batches to the apostle, they asked Ka'b what he thought would be done with him. He replied, well, you never understand. Don't you see that the summoner never stops, and those who are taken away do not return? By Allah, it is death. This went on until the apostle made an end of them. So you walked out. If you were a male, they said drop your pants. If you had reached puberty, you had your head chopped off. If you were anyone else, you were taken into slavery. You become the sex slave of Muslims, or you be sold. And that's why there are no Jews in Medina today. Surah 929 of the Quran. If you want to learn any verse of the Quran, this would be one of them. This would be one of the good ones, 929. This is the one that commands Muslims to fight us because of our beliefs. So it specifically says, fight.
It says this is one of the last surahs revealed in the Quran. So this is one of the last divinely inspired messages, according to Muhammad, that he left his community.
Fight those who believe not in Allah nor the last day. So notice, it doesn't say fight those who attack you first. Fight in self-defense. It says fight those who do not believe in something. Fight people because of their beliefs. Nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath been forbidden by Allah and his messenger. So if you don't forbid something that Allah has forbidden through Muhammad, Muslims are commanded to fight you. If you eat pork and Islam condemns pork, Muslims are commanded to fight you. Nor acknowledge the religion of truth. That's Islam. You don't acknowledge Islam as the religion of truth. From among the people of the book. That's the key. That's Jews and Christians. Not talking about the pagans here. Not talking about atheists. Talking about Jews and Christians. From among the people of the book until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. The jizya is a tax you pay. If you were a Christian or a Jew, you had the right to pay money to the Muslims, and they would allow you to continue being a Christian or a Jew and not kill you. If you're a pagan, you had 2 options, convert or die. If you're a Christian, you had 3 options, convert or pay this tax or die. But the key point is, this is based on your beliefs. And if any Muslim ever doubts that, just read the next verse. It specifically says, the Christians say Jesus is the Son of God. The Christians say Jesus is the Son of Allah. And then calls on Allah to fight us. How? Through the Muslims fighting us. So, interesting stuff, and helps shed light on what goes on in the world today. So in Pakistan or in Egypt, you wonder why Muslims would go out and fight the unbelievers they're commanded to.
I would like to just briefly point out that I knew some of these verses existed in the Quran while I was still Muslim. It didn't bother me because I was told to interpret them in the historical context. Well, what was the historical context? What I had been taught was that people were attacking Muslims, and Muslims in self-defense were being told, go ahead and fight back. And that doesn't sound so bad, fight back. But actually, when you actually investigate this stuff, that's not the context at all. This was about trying to get money, actually. Chapter 9, verse 28, the verse right before that, indicates that Muslims were worried about where they're going to get money from. And Muhammad responds by saying, don't worry, you can get money through the jizya in the next verse by fighting the Jews and Christians until they get attacked. specifically the Romans. He was going to go out and fight a Roman army that had just gotten its annual salary by an area known as Debunk.
All right, so killing of apostates. So when the Rivka Berry thing was going on, almost everyone in the media that I saw was saying that Islam doesn't advocate the killing of apostates. That's just made up. No, that's made up. The idea that Muhammad didn't command this. Muhammad's very clear, and I have tons of these. I've only listed 2. Sahih al-Bukhari, so the most trusted source on Muhammad's teachings. Allah's messenger said, whoever changed his Islamic religion, kill him. I don't see how you could possibly be any clearer than that. In other words, if you want to say, when he says, whoever changes his religion, kill him, he really meant don't kill them, well then maybe when he said don't be a Christian, he really meant be a Christian. I mean, if you're going to say he's that unclear, and when he says something, he means the opposite, then you could do anything you want with Islam. Sunan ibn Majah, 2535, it was narrated from Ibn Abbas that the Messenger of Allah said, whoever changes his religion, execute him. So you have your head chopped off. And there are instances where Ali, the 4th rightly guided caliph, was actually burning apostates, and he had to be corrected. No, it's by beheading. That's how you deal with something. And now just briefly, some spiritual issues. So earlier we talked about Muhammad. He's fasting, he's praying, he's in a cave, and he gets this revelation. And what it was something starts choking him and says, read. He said, well, tells him to read. He says, I can't read, and chokes him until Muhammad says, until I thought it was death. He thought he was going to die. And then it tells him again, read. Muhammad says, I can't read. And it chokes him again. And then it tells him again, read. And he says, I can't read. And then it chokes him again. And so ultimately, he gets some verses. He gets some verses of the Quran. Muhammad runs out of there. He believes he's demon-possessed at this point. He tries to...
This is the first time he's ever had an inclination that he's a prophet. He hasn't had that inclination yet. All that's happened is he's encountered a spiritual being that's choked him 3 times and told him to recite something.
And it makes him suicidal.
He thinks he's demon-possessed.
Thinks he's demon-possessed. He tries to hurl himself off a cliff, but this thing that had just choked him keeps him from jumping off the cliff. He runs to his wife, and his wife says, no, you're not possessed, you're a prophet. Yeah. Yeah. And so it's interesting, I bring this up to Muslims, when we, later on, we're going to see that when we talk about women, women are intellectually deficient. They're stupid according to Islam. Say, wait a minute, according to what Muhammad said, women are stupid. Well, you know, right, that your religion is based on Khadijah's interpretation. Muhammad's interpretation was he's demon-possessed. That's his interpretation of his experience. Khadijah wasn't there. She's the one who says, no, that's an angel speaking for God. Yeah?
Is there a verse or a quote where you want to jump out of the cliff?
But we're almost there.
Pardon me?
We're almost there.
Yeah, that's in Bukhari, where he tries to. The stories are a little different in Ibn Ishaq. In Ibn Ishaq, it's our earliest biography. It's the source that Westerners, non-Muslims prefer, just because it's earlier and it's more of a biography where the hadith are just kind of jumbled together under topic. But there, he goes out of the cave and he goes and tries to kill himself. In Sahih al-Bukhari, so a source that most Muslims would consider more reliable, it's altered. He receives this revelation and then doesn't receive anymore, and then becomes suicidal because he's sad that, I guess, this choking stopped. But either way, they agree that Muhammad was suicidal after these things. So Muhammad eventually is convinced that he is...
The import of that is huge. Most Muslims have absolutely no idea of any of this. They'll deny it vehemently until you pick up Sahih Bukhari and just hold it up and say, look at it right here. It says he tried to throw himself off of mountaintops because he was depressed. He thought that he had been inspired, but the inspiration wasn't coming back, so he tried to throw himself off mountaintops. It's there, it's in the sources, and that really changes the image that most Muslims have of Muhammad, where they think him to be this stalwart man of great virtue and imperturbability. But no, that's not the case at all. He was suicidal.
Especially when you consider the biblical angelic visits. If the idea here is, yeah, if an angel showed up, you'd be scared because maybe that angel is showing up for judgment. But you have to wonder. If you're a Muslim and you start finding out about this, you have to wonder, hey, something shows up, chokes you, you think you're going to die, it starts ordering you to do things you can't, it makes you depressed and suicidal, you run out of cave screaming that you've encountered a demon. Maybe that's not from God. That's just my view. Yeah?
Actually, in the Muslim tradition, as you mentioned, both stories are told. The one that says that it was some sort of after the incident, and the other that says it was after a year of relations. And it was kind of joking, he said he was, in a sense, would be strangled. It was described as a very tight cup.
Until he thought he was going to die?
until he thought it was dead. So I would, and no hug is tight enough to kill you.
An angel, the archangel Gabriel, had come to him and he held him tight. And he told him to read that I'm a literate that cannot read. This is what he said, I cannot read. His literacy. And he commands him again to read. Again,
Why is it commanding him to read?
what's that?
I mean, did Gabriel know that he couldn't read?
Of course he knew.
Why would he?
Because it's again, it's part of the proof of who this man was. That he's come to speak the word of God. So, and the last messenger was someone who speaks the word of God. And this is what is individual. He's come to speak the word of God. And he's someone who doesn't have the ability to read. Therefore, he doesn't gather this information about who God is, or Christianity, Judaism, or any other faith for that matter, through any other source. This has to have been through the divine revelation. Because if he's a literal person, how can he have gathered all this information? How can he have put together this religion without having the ability to discover for himself? If not by the intervention of the hand of God.
That's a great question. The fact of the matter is, though, what you have in 7th century Arabia is you have Christianity, you have Judaism, you've got pagan religions, you've got the Sabaeans, you've got Zoroastrians, you've got all kinds of religious traditions. Now, what do? The Sabaeans, for example, pray 5 times a day. You've got Zoroastrians who will come and make homage at Mecca. You've got people who are circling the Kaaba. You've got Jews and Christians who are praying to one God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Moses, Jesus, etc. Muhammad takes this and makes it into his religion. I mean, we see all these elements. So, I mean, your argument just now was, how could a man have taken all these elements and revealed a religion unless it was from God? To me, it looks like he took everything that existed around him, wrapped it up into one, and said, here is a religion.
In other words, if he had come up with something totally unique in every way and no one had ever heard of it, but everything we read about in the Quran seems like it came from someone right around him. It didn't come from someone in China, for instance. It came, in other words, if I were to expect what religion would arise if you have kind of a mixture of Judaism and Christianity and the Sabaeans and the paganism, and you put it all together and rolled it into a ball, I'd say you get something like Islam.
This right here is taken from the core of Islam. Islam has never ever said it was a new religion.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I agree with you on that.
Oh, we're just responding to what you said. You had said, how could you come up with all this stuff? So I'm just, no, please, no. Please.
It's gonna get chaotic. It's gonna get chaotic.
No audience right now, please.
We're about to go to lunch, so anyone who wants to get together in a circle can have a discussion.
We don't want this to get chaotic. What we were just talking about right now, I think nobody could argue with the factual basis of it. That number one, Ibn Ishaq says when Muhammad was in Wadi Hira, he was praying. A force came to him and squeezed him so tightly he thought he was going to die. That's a virtual quote from Ibn Ishaq. That happened 3 times. He comes out, he says, woe is me, I'm either a poet or a man possessed. He goes to Khadija and he says, I'm either a poet or a man possessed, smother me. She says, no, you are a prophet. Just like Gabriel came to Moses, he has come to you. Let's go to my cousin and talk about that. He goes to Waraqah bin Nawfal, they talk. Waraqah says, yes, you were a prophet. Later, he doesn't, according to Sahih Bukhari now, he doesn't get any revelations over the next few months, and he decides to go to mountaintops to try to throw himself off, at which point a being comes back and says, no, you are a prophet, don't throw yourself off. All I've done just now is quoted Ibn Ishaq in Sahih Bukhari. Do you agree? We're not saying he does. We're not saying that at all. All we're saying is this is stuff that's there that people generally don't deal with.
places his mind over and over, and you wonder what has happened to him, especially when there's a big gap between the events. Even if it's like several days, this thing in your mind eventually is going to drive to a state of uncertainty or where you question yourself. So this is why you find him going back to this location, and even if I try to, some say the thing involves that, it's like pilot, he went to, almost wanted to throw himself off the mountain, and his force again came back to him to prevent him from doing so. So this is part of humanity. This man, when it's all said and done, he's nothing more than human being.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify our positions. Here's what I'm not saying. I'm not saying, look, Muhammad became suicidal, he's a false prophet. That's not my position. The overall position is going to be, I look at this, and so Muhammad's first impression, whatever happened to him, he was convinced that it's some sort of bad spirit. I look at that and I say, okay, that's something that bothers me. Now, if that were the only problem, and other than that, there were all kinds of good evidence for Islam, then I'd say, okay, well, that's not enough to refute Islam. Similarly, Muhammad, becomes suicidal. Muhammad delivers the satanic verses. So I have 37 sources talking about this interesting event in which Muhammad apparently was upset that the people of Mecca were not converting, his tribesmen. He cared about them, and he wanted them to convert, and he longed for a revelation that would help them convert. And finally, he gets one. It says, "Have you not heard of Allah, Talus and Manat, the third, the other? These are the exalted cranes whose intercession is to be hoped for." Now, what this means is these are the crane goddesses. They're the bird goddesses. They can carry your prayers up to Allah, so they can intercede between you and Allah. A little while after that, Muhammad said, "Sorry, those revelations that I gave you, the devil tricked me into giving those revelations."
Just now, remind you, 37 individual sources from.
Where does it come from? As a Muslim, obviously, maybe I'm oblivious to it, but I've never heard these revelations.
And that was.
I'll tell you what. We'll cover some information about women in Islam in this presentation, and I'll give you the sources in a little while. We'll actually cover them. If you have a problem with them, we'll let you. I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about later on.
No, that is Bukhari volume 6, hadith number 4862.
Please, I really appreciate your help, but just to keep things in order, we want to minimize audience-to-audience interaction.
We know you know a lot. We know.
We know you know your stuff, man. You could be up here, but we need to keep things in order.
And back to the point. The point I was making was, you take something like the satanic verses. There's another instance where a Muslim who, looking at this, and at the time the defense, the defense later on was, Muhammad's a human being. This shows that Muhammad was a human being. He can be influenced, but Allah comes back and fixes it. So I could look at that, and yes, if this were the only problem, and everything else had been great, I would look at that and say, okay, this isn't enough. This isn't enough to refute Islam. And then you have the black magic issue. That's over and over again, from al-Bukhari, where Muhammad starts acting weird for, depending on the source, somewhere between 6 months and 2 years. He starts having delusional thoughts. He starts having thinking that he had. It's multiple times in Bukhari. He starts acting weird. He starts saying that he had sex with his wives when he didn't, and so on. And eventually, he kind of snaps out of it. And what he said was, a Jewish magician got a hair from my hairbrush and cast a spell on me. Now, my problem with this, in addition to all the other issues, is this is God's greatest messenger, and a Jew can get a hair from his hairbrush and use it to cast a spell and give him delusional thoughts for, at least 6 months. And here, the Muslim defense again is, this was just to show that Muhammad is a human being. He's not someone that you should worship. Well, there's another conclusion that can be drawn for that, namely, he wasn't really a prophet. And I'll just give you, just for kicks. Someone tried to cast a spell on me once. He was a high priest of Wicca, and he had someone get some threads from my clothes and to cast a spell on me. And well, he died. I'm not saying God killed him. I don't know what happened. He could have just randomly died. My point is, he didn't. The spell didn't work.
By the way, all of a sudden developed brain cancer and died.
So again, I don't know what happened, but I know his spell didn't work in me. Why? Because greater is he who is in me than he who is in the world. And so when I say, hey, that spell did not work on me, but you're telling me here's God's greatest messenger from the true religion, and you could take him out,
get them all weird for at least 6 months, that's a problem. Here again, I would say it's cumulative. It's, do we keep seeing problems, or do we keep seeing problems and nothing but problems, or do we see, here's a problem here, here's a little problem there, but overall, this is an exemplary life.
And you missed the beginning part of the presentation. Just to put this in context, we were talking about the Muslim argument that Muhammad is certainly a prophet because look at his lifestyle, look at how excellent he was, look at his character, look at all the great things he did. So this isn't necessarily an argument against his prophethood, it's a response to the argument for his prophethood, based off his moral character. If that's not an argument you'd espouse, then this doesn't relate to that. Say again?
How does such events take away from the moral character? I don't see the relevance of these events to the moral character.
That wasn't character, it's bad things. These are things that would cause us to doubt. So we had various examples under there, slaughtering hundreds of Jews, torturing a man named Kanena. We had various instances under there. Not things that anyone I would look at and say, hey, this refutes Islam. It's, I'm looking at this and saying, okay, what's on this side? We've seen the good. We looked at the things that we would consider good about Muhammad. These are the things that would cause problems and make us think, hey, maybe something's not right here. And we haven't even gotten to some of the real, stuff.
This. For every session from here on out, what we're going to do is we're going to keep it to 50 minutes. We'll leave the last 10 minutes for discussion. That way we can cover everything we want to cover, and then people can jump in and talk about stuff.
What do you want to do with the rest of this? Want to wait till after lunch?
Let's finish it real quick.
Okay, we'll zoom through a couple things.
And then we'll go to lunch.
I'm not saying this, Muhammad.
By the
If
way,
you
we're not saying Muhammad's ugly. So if you just walked in, that's not what we're saying.
Yeah, we're relating this to the movie The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and the characters. And this is my favorite character, Tuco. Probably my favorite character from any movie ever.
This has more to do with moral character.
This is moral character, and these are if you want to know some of the things that bother me most about Muhammad, this would be these would be on the list. Muhammad and some things that happened and some revelations he received with regard to female captives. Muhammad on wife beating, Muhammad and Zainab, and Muhammad on sex with prepubescent girls. So we're going to have to zoom through these. Maybe we can talk more about them some later in the day, but we do want to try and get close to schedule. In the Quran, you read various verses like this. Also prohibited, women you're not allowed to have sex with. Also prohibited are women already married. Not allowed to have married women, except, notice this is telling you when you can have sex with a married woman. Also prohibited are women already married, except those whom your right hands possess. In other words, and you have similar verses in other chapters on sex with captives. Notice, you can't have sex with a married woman unless she's your captive. Now, what's that mean? Fortunately, we have the historical background. We know the exact situation where this is revealed. Sunan Abu Dawud, you have these in various hadith. I just think this one's the most clear, but they all tell basically the same story. The Apostle of Allah sent a military expedition to Autas on the occasion of the Battle of Hunain. They met their enemy and fought with them. They defeated them and took them captives. Some of the companions of the Apostle of Allah were reluctant to have intercourse with the female captives in the presence of their husbands who were unbelievers. So sometimes you captured women and the men were dead. This time they captured the men and the women were married, and their husbands are there. So notice, these Muslim men were reluctant to have intercourse with the female captives who were married and whose husbands were there. Great, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't have sex with them. So they bring it to Allah, and they bring it to Muhammad, and so Allah the Exalted sent down the Quranic verse, and all married women are forbidden unto you, except those captives whom your right hands possess. That is to say, they're lawful for them when they complete their waiting period. So once it's seen that the woman is not pregnant, then it's okay to have sex with her, even though she's married, even though her husband's still alive, even though her husband's right there. That's something that bothers me.
When I was wrestling between Islam and Christianity, that to me was the biggest thing, was how in the world can the Quran allow for the raping, it's a rape of captive women when their husbands are right there.
And just to clarify, there are situations where a population, the men get wiped out in war, and there's a bunch of women there who are left over, and they're going to die if they're left on their own. And maybe it's a sad situation, but maybe it's the best situation if those women go with the men. This isn't that situation. This isn't that situation. These are women. They have husbands. They have people to take care of them. They're captured. The Quran comes, the revelation from the Quran comes down and says, you can have sex with these women all you want. Doesn't matter if they're married. Next, Surah 434 of the Quran, men are in charge of women because Allah hath made the one of them to excel the other. We'll be covering this more in the section on violence, by the way. Men are in charge of women because Allah hath made the one of them to excel the other. So men are in charge of women because Allah has made one of them to excel the other, and because they spend of their property for the support of women. So good women are the obedience, guarding in secret that which Allah hath guarded. As for those from whom ye fear rebellion, admonish them and banish them to beds apart and scourge them. Then if they obey you, seek not a way against them. Lo, Allah is ever high, exalted, great. So you have, most interpreters would say, 3 stages here. First, you warn, then you banish them to their beds apart. And then, as kind of the last straw, you beat them. Notice the justification for doing it. If you fear rebellion. Not she went out and actually did something. You fear she's done something. You think she might do something in the future. You can handle that, and that's why, according to the hadith, no one is to be asked why he beat his wife. Why? Because the husband obviously had a reason. If he was just worried about something, that's enough. Surah 33:37. It's interesting. Read it alongside of Surah 33:5. And when you said to him, to whom Allah had shown favor, and to whom you had shown favor, keep your wife to yourself, and be careful of your duty to Allah. And you concealed in your soul what Allah would bring to light, and you feared men. This is talking about Muhammad. Muhammad feared men here. And Allah had a greater right that you should fear him. But when Zayd had accomplished his want of her, we gave her to you as a wife, so that there should be no difficulty for the believers. This is the reason for the verse. So that there should be no difficulty for the believers in respect of the wives of their adopted sons when they have accomplished their want of them, and Allah's command shall be performed. So that's all very confusing. What this is talking about is Muhammad had an adopted son named Zayd. It's called Zayd bin Muhammad, Zayd, son of Muhammad. Zayd had one of the most beautiful wives in Arabia, a woman named Zainab. One day Muhammad goes to see his adopted son Zayd and sees Zainab almost practically naked. Muhammad then apparently receives some confirmation from Allah that Allah is going to give him this wife, the wife of his own adopted son. He walks away praising Allah. But Muhammad is worried about what's going to happen. He's worried about what people are going to think. So he doesn't let this be known. Well, Zayd finds out that Muhammad was interested or attracted to his wife. He divorces her, and Muhammad marries the divorced wife of his own adopted son. Why? What was the cause of the whole situation? Muhammad saying something after seeing her practically naked. And this led to a chain of events where she gets divorced, she marries Muhammad, and now Muhammad has this wife. Notice, and here's the problem, notice the justification. Why in the world would Muhammad marry the divorced wife of his own adopted son? Why would Allah tell him this is what you're going to do? It gives a reason. We gave her to you as a wife. So this is the justification. This is why this was so important. We gave her to you as a wife so that there should be no difficulty for the believers in respect of the wives of their adopted sons when they have accomplished their want of them, and Allah's command shall be performed. So, Muhammad, the reason I need you to go marry the wife of your own adopted son is so that the other believers will know there's no problem marrying the divorced wives of your own adopted sons. Now, who struggles with that? Why is that in the Quran? Why is it such an important issue that Allah has to give a revelation and command his greatest prophet, you need to do this so that people can really understand, hey, it's okay to marry the divorced wives of your own adopted sons. But there's an even bigger problem with that, namely that adoption gets outlawed in Surah 33. So Allah is giving this revelation, which is so important for people to know that it's okay to marry the divorced wives of their own adopted sons, and then outlaws adoption, in which case there are going to be no adopted sons, and it's not an issue. So it's such an important issue, Allah has to command Muhammad to go out and do this, and then it's not an issue at all because there's no more adoption. These are things we look at and say, something's not right here. Something's not right here. And finally, one more. And just so you know, if there's anything in Islam that concerns me most, it would be this one here. Surah 65:4. It's not clear. We read the commentaries. We know what this means. And as for those of your women who have despaired of menstruation, it's talking about divorce rulings. How long do you have to wait in order to divorce a woman? Because you have to wait to see if she's pregnant. Now, the rule was you waited 1 monthly cycle. So you waited a woman to complete a monthly cycle. Then, if she's not pregnant, she can go. The question arose, Muhammad, what about women who don't have a monthly period for a certain reason? And there were three categories. There were women who were too old, there were women who were too young, and there were women who were pregnant. Those are the three women who won't have this monthly cycle. And so they're asking Muhammad about how do you divorce these? Because you said to wait for the monthly cycle, but not all people have the monthly cycle, so how do we wait in that case? And Surah 65:4 came down. And as for those of your women who have despaired of menstruation, so they don't have menstruation anymore, they're too old, if you have a doubt, their prescribed time shall be 3 months. And of those who have not yet their courses. Look at any of the main Muslim commentators. Those who do not have their courses yet is girls who have not reached the age of puberty. They haven't yet reached the age to have their monthly cycle. And as for the pregnant women, their prescribed time shall be that they lay down their burden, so they give birth. And whoever is careful of his duty to Allah, he will make easy for him his affair. So if you've ever wondered why Muhammad was, you may have heard, able to have sex with Aisha when she was 9 years old, there's no problem in Islam. The Quran allows that. And so when we turn to the most reliable Muslim sources, and I listed all three of their major collections of ahadith here, Sahih al-Bukhari, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. And I was admitted to his house at the age of 9, and she was taken to his house as a bride when she was 9, and her dolls were with her. Aisha said, he had intercourse with me when I was 9 years old. The reason this bothers me so much is that's still going on in the Muslim world. Yemen, there was a book that came out, I think, last year. I Am Najood, age 10 and divorced. It was a girl who actually put together what happened to her as a 9-year-old when she's given to a man. Her sister objected, Dad, she's not ready. She's not ready to go out and have a guy have sex with her. And her dad said, well, that's what Muhammad did. So this has become the justification. And in Yemen, where there are reformers trying to make laws saying, no, you can't have sex with a girl until she's 15 or 16 or 17 or 18 or something like that, it's actually the diehard Muslim clerics who are saying, no, you can't do that. To say you can't have sex with a girl until a certain age would be to reject the Quran and reject Muhammad and condemn Muhammad. So not happening. And so you have this really, really awful situation. And so the idea is you have all of this together, put all of this together. These are the things that really concern me. Now, the question would be, is there evidence so great for Islam that any sort of difficulties we have, all of these things, would be justified and would be clear that Muhammad's a prophet in spite of all these things? We'll be looking at those things in a little while. Is there evidence for the Quran?
If there is evidence for Islam that can outweigh all these problems, Islam can still be true. This doesn't mean that necessarily Islam is so false. You just need evidence for Islam that outweighs all of this.
And to clarify what that means, when I was an atheist, there were all kinds of things about Christianity and the Old Testament and the Bible that bothered me. They concerned me. The resurrection of Jesus, I said, okay, it doesn't matter if all those things bother me. Jesus rose from the dead. Therefore, if anyone in history has God's stamp of approval, it's him. So if I'm going to believe anyone tell me about God, I'm going to believe him, and therefore I have to be a Christian. The question is, to be honest, I find way more stuff in Islam that bothers me than ever bothered me about Christianity when I was an atheist. But the question is, do we have something so amazing that would outweigh all of this? And we'll look at those later, after lunch.
Yeah, and I'd like to ask Little Ivan and Peter to come up and take a collection. And Judith Catholic, the Massachusetts Church of God, to come up and pray for people.
Sure.
Hello. Yes, great. I have to load up a couple presentations for this one. I was caught by surprise on this one because I was going to present this one way, and then I realized that the level of the audience is a bit more advanced than I had thought. So I'm going to pull out a separate argument that I had prepared. So bear with me. I'm going to try to make it palatable to as many as possible, at least something for everyone to take away. I'm going to start off with this presentation. This is a presentation I used when I was debating a Muslim debater back in 2009, right before graduating from medical school. It was a very tumultuous time, and in the midst of all that, I was preparing for debate. but I thought this would be an excellent way to start with the overall argument from the Quran. Before I begin, I do want to say that when I was a Muslim, the Quran to me was the most powerful piece of evidence that Islam was truly from God. That the Quran could be revealed to a man, a book so full of literary beauty, so full of scientific truths, so full of mathematical marvels. It could not be anything but something that came from God. It couldn't be something a man could create at all. This is the kind of concept I had about the Quran that had been permeated throughout the Islamic mindset. And when I noticed that this is something that Muslims are taught over and over and over again, it was then that I began to realize, well, is this something that is actually true or something that I have ingrained in my mind? And over time, I began to investigate the evidence for it. Now, this presentation starts with the claim made by here, Abu Ammar Yasir Qadhi, a scholar who had just graduated recently, I've heard, has graduated from Princeton University with his PhD. He's written an excellent book on the Quran, and he presents the Islamic mindset clearly. He says the Quran has been put forth as a miracle that can never be imitated in its style, prose, or content. Now, let me put it this way to you. If something is truly miraculous, then this is evidence for a supernatural position. For example, in the case of Jesus Christ, if he truly rose from the dead, now we have evidence for the Christian faith. Just simply saying that Christianity is a beautiful religion, it could be true that Christianity is a beautiful religion, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. There could be other beautiful religions out there. How do we know this is the one to listen to, the one with God's divine stamp of approval? God gave us that stamp of approval in Christ through the resurrection. In Islam, that stamp of approval generally comes from the Quran. And so Muslims will defend the Quran as something miraculous. Here, we have it being stated clearly that its literary content, and we'll look at this a bit more, that its literary content is miraculous. I'm going to be skipping a few slides here and there, again, because I'm trying to compact the story. Here, I have quoted for you the exact story that we talked about earlier, the first revelation of the Quran. This is, again, from a Muslim source. This is the first time Muhammad ever had any inclination of his prophethood or of the Quran. It says, suddenly the truth descended upon him while he was in the cave of Hira. The angel came to him in it and asked him to read, Iqra. And he says, I don't know how to read. The prophet added, the angel caught me forcefully and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it anymore. He then released me and again asked me to read. And I replied, I do not know how to read. Whereupon he caught me again and pressed me a second time till I could not bear it anymore. This, by the way, is the Sahih Bukhari version, where it says he couldn't bear it. In other versions, he says he thought he was going to die. It then says, he then released me and asked me again to read, but again I replied, I do not know how to read. Thereupon he caught me for the third time, pressed me and released me, and says, Iqra. The first words of chapter 96 of the Quran, Iqra bi-ismi rabbika allazi khalaq, khalaqal insana min alaq. Recite in the name of the Lord who created you, the Lord who created you. And from here, we see that the first revelation had come to Muhammad. He was so confused by this. He says, now, none of God's creatures was more hateful to me than a poet or a man possessed. And I could not even look at them. I thought, woe is me. I'm either poet or a man possessed. Muhammad's thinking to himself, I don't like poets, I don't like demon-possessed men, and I have to be one of the two if this is what just happened to me. I will go to the top of the mountain and throw myself down that I may kill myself and gain rest. He intended several times to throw himself from the top of high mountains. That's Sahih Bukhari. Now, the interesting thing about this that I pointed out in that debate is that this is not like the inspiration of past prophets. Muhammad underwent panic, he underwent depression, and he underwent repeated suicide attempts. Many Muslims will answer to this account by saying, oh, Muhammad was just a man. How else was he supposed to respond to this kind of revelation? He's shocked. God has talked to him. He's lowly, and here God has talked to him. He's shocked. He's in a state of shock. Problem is, never has any prophet of God responded in this manner to revelation from God. The Quran says that the Quran was revealed to Muhammad as the Bible had been revealed to prophets of old. But when we look at how the prophets of old received the Bible, it never looked like this. Never do we see panic, depression, and suicide attempts. Let me qualify that. There is one time we see panic, suicide attempts, and depression. Anyone know who that was? Judas Iscariot. Judas Iscariot was the only person to do that. And so if we have an idea of the kind of inspiration that's going on, if we're looking for parallels between old prophets and Muhammad, or old people from the Bible and Muhammad, the parallel that's best existing is that of Judas's inspiration and Muhammad's. We talked about the satanic verses. We haven't talked about abrogation. In Islam, there's a concept of abrogation. Generally in Sunni Islam, Shias generally deny abrogation. But in Sunni Islam, we have this concept of verses that come earlier in the Quran's history that are then replaced by verses that come later. In other words, certain verses of the Quran say certain things, later the Quran says other things, and then the later verses are known to abrogate the earlier verses, canceling them out. Now this is cause for pause, is it not? If this book is an eternal word of God, why would later verses cancel out earlier verses? Aren't these verses eternal? Didn't God know what he was saying the first time around? Well, Muslims will respond by saying, of course he knew what he was saying, but within the context of the revelation of the Quran, it was necessary for God to first reveal one thing and then another. I would just respond by saying, well, let's take a moment to stop and think. Does this seem like a book that's being written by a God, or does it seem like a book that's being written and revised by men? Just on face value. Let's start with that and let's see where this continues to go. Here's Umar talking about the first time someone was reading a verse and he was shocked. It says, the Khalifa Umar said, oh, by the way, the Khalifa Umar is the second caliph. Muhammad, according to Sunni Islam, Muhammad is the prophet and Shia Islam. And then according to Sunni Islam, Abu Bakr was the next successor, and then Umar. So Umar, considered one of the rightly guided caliphs, said, I heard Hisham reciting Surat al-Furqan in a way different to that of mine. So I tied his garment round his neck and seized him by it and brought him to Allah's apostle. So here's a man who's reciting the Quran, and actually he was reciting it during his prayers. And he grabs him by the neck, takes him to Muhammad, and he says, I have heard him reciting Surat al-Furqan in a way different to the way you taught it to me. The Prophet ordered Umar to release him and asked Hisham to recite it. When Hisham has recited it, Allah's apostle said, it was revealed in this way. He then asked Umar to recite it, and Muhammad said, it was revealed in this way too. The Quran has been revealed in 7 ahruf, so recite it in the way that was easier for you. Now this is slightly different from the abrogation. The abrogation was a verse that was later canceled. Either its application was canceled or its recitation was canceled. This is different. Here's the same verse that Muhammad has revealed. In multiple occasions, he's told different companions about this verse. One time he told it one way, one time he told it in another way. The companions come back to Muhammad later and they say, wait a minute, this is the word of God. You've told us how to say this 2 different ways. And Muhammad says, that's fine. That's fine. The Quran can be recited in these 7 different ways. Now, my question again to you is, does this seem more like something a man would do or something that God would do when revealing his book? We'll investigate the evidence a little bit more later. We see some unusual events in the course of Islam. We see Muhammad having claimed to receive satanic inspiration. David talked about that at the end of his last talk. We see abrogation, and we see these ahruf. We have an example. I was talking about this over lunch break. We have an example of these ahruf. What's the difference? Some Muslims will say, oh, these were just synonyms that were being used. Muhammad used a word here and another word here, but these are just synonyms. Essentially, they're the same thing. Well, we have an example in Sunan Abu Dawud. Muhammad responds by saying, each mode is sufficiently health-giving. In other words, each ahruf is just as good. One is just as good as the other. Whether you utter all-hearing and all-knowing, or all-powerful and all-wise. Let's stop and think for a minute. Are these the same words, synonyms? All-hearing and all-knowing, is that synonymous with all-powerful and all-wise? No. They're both good attributes of God, but they're not synonyms. And so we see in the case of the ahruf that Muhammad sometimes, in revealing a verse, would have changes in his verse with words that were generally along the same lines, but not the same words. And he would say, this is the same verse. And this caused problems amongst the Muslims who came later. The Muslims said, what is going on? And he said, oh, well, God's given us 7 different ways to read the Quran. They're all equally inspired. They're all equally the Quran. Here we see yet another problem. Now, up until this day, Muslim scholars have not been able to reconcile exactly what these ahruf are. Here's Yasir Qadhi again. He says, the reason that such a great difference of opinion exists concerning the exact meaning of the ahruf is due to the fact that there does not exist any explicit narration from the Prophet or the Salaf concerning the nature of the ahruf. Muhammad never bothers to explain what these ahruf are. He says there's 7 different ahruf. Read the Quran these 7 different ways, but he never explains what they are. And throughout the ages, Muslim scholars have tried to determine, well, what's an ahruf? Or what's a harf, is the singular. And they've never been able to figure out. One man spent over 30 years studying this issue. And do you want to know what his conclusion was? He said, here's what the definition of a harf is. God only knows. That was his 30-year conclusion to studying the ahruf. So we see the history of the Quran is full of unusual events. The first revelation was disturbing, and the course of the Quran is also of interest. The course of the collection of the Quran was not during Muhammad's life. Now let me explain this carefully. When Muhammad would receive revelations, like I said earlier, he was illiterate. He could not write them down. So he would say them to his scribes. But the scribes never collected them in one area or put them in one book or asked him, is this abrogated or not? Is this still part of the Quran or not? Is this a harf we're supposed to be using or not? They never got to ask him these questions. And also it was considered incomplete. As long as Muhammad's alive, more revelation can come. We can't collect a Quran yet when more revelation can come. So they never did. It wasn't until after he died. After that point, there were multiple revisions of the Quran. Now, I'll go ahead and explain it to you right now. First, after Muhammad died, Abu Bakr, his best friend, his first successor, he sends out people to fight Muslims who have left Islam. Now, this is in itself concerning. As soon as Muhammad dies, 10 major tribes leave Islam. They say, Muhammad's dead, we don't need to be Muslims anymore, we're out of here. They stop paying their zakat, and Abu Bakr gets very upset. He gets furious. He says, if you don't pay me what you paid Muhammad, then you're going to die. In fact, he says, if you don't give me a single thread of what you would have given Muhammad, then you're going to be fought. He gets his best general, Khalid bin Walid, to fight 10 wars. He was actually just general over everyone. He didn't fight every single one, but regardless. Khalid bin Walid then leads these apostate battles. In the process of this, there's one battle in particular, the Battle of Yamama, which the Muslims had decided to send the people who knew the Quran the best to fight. Now, Muslims had believed that God protects the Quran. The Quran will be protected. Therefore, the people who know the Quran the best will be protected when they fight. However, that day, some records record up to 500 people who knew the Quran well were killed. Abu Bakr starts thinking to himself, well, what if we lose the Quran? Because all the people are dying who know it. We need to sit down and record this Quran. So he decides at that time to get a small committee together to record the Quran. A small committee does get together, does write down what they know of the Quran, and they put it in a book. That book is given to Abu Bakr. When Abu Bakr dies, it's given to the next caliph, Umar, the same guy who grabbed the other guy by the neck. It's given to him. When he dies, it's given to Hafsa. This is a daughter of one of the caliphs. It's a wife of Muhammad. She has the Quran. Later, more battles start happening between Muslims now over what should go in the Quran. Notice that first book was never copied. It was never published. It was never spread as the universal Quran. It was just held on to by Hafsa. Muslims started arguing, fighting amongst each other, and they go to the now caliph, Uthman, and they say, Uthman, you need to protect the Quran before people start arguing over it, like other people did in the past. Uthman says, well, where's Hafsa's Quran? Bring it back. And bring that committee back. And make sure, this time, that the whole Quran is here. Oh, this is interesting, isn't it? Why wouldn't they have just copied the Quran they had the first time if that was 100% accurate Quran? In fact, why did they need a committee the first time around anyway if so many people had the Quran memorized and written down in various locations? But no, they get the Quran from Hafsa back, they get the committee back, they revise the Quran yet again. And this time, Uthman mandates that every other Quran and every fragment of the Quran in the rest of the Islamic Empire be brought before him. and burned, destroyed. Did you catch that? Here's one that Uthman is publishing. He says, this is going to be the Quran now. These guys just revised it. It's based off of this one over here. This is going to be the Quran. Everything else, even if you heard it from the word of Muhammad himself, you bring that to me, we're going to burn it. This is going to be the one we're going to follow. At that point, any ability to access what Muhammad had originally given to his scribes was gone. It was absolutely gone. We'll talk about that a bit more. So we have studied right now the history of the Quran briefly. There's so much more to it. There's so much more I could have shared. But I want to share with you first, before going in depth on the preservation of the Quran, I want to talk about some of the miracle claims. Now, we mentioned earlier how Abu Ammar Yasir Qadhi, he's a great speaker, a gentleman. I spoke to him myself at ISNA in DC last year. He argues for multiple levels of miraculous manifestation in the Quran. And these are things that I've seen throughout Islamic apologetics, that we can know the Quran is miraculous based off of multiple evidences. Now, some Muslims will argue for certain points more than others, but these are generally the categories I've seen. Number one is literary excellence, that the Quran is such a masterpiece in its literary character that it must be from God. Number two, mathematical marvels, that we can see numerical patterns in the Quran, such as the number 19, that repeat and recur so frequently that only God could have made the Quran. Number three, scientific accuracy, that there are miraculous statements found within the Quran that Muhammad could have never known unless he were divinely inspired. And out of the four, I think that's the best one that mounts to an argument. And number four, perfect preservation. The Quran has been preserved so well that it could only be from God, that God was guarding this book. So those are the four arguments. Let's look at them with a little bit more depth. The argument from literary excellence is actually the argument that is found in the Quran itself. In 5 different places in the Quran, the Quran responds to challenge. It says, if you think this book is not from God, then try to make a chapter like it, or try to make a book like it. In other words, if you think this book is something that's a forgery, that it's not from God, that Muhammad wrote it, or that it's being made up by a human, then you try to write something like it. You won't be able to. And the challenge starts off big. It starts off big, saying, write a whole book like this. Then later, it starts getting smaller. Write 10 chapters like it. Later, it gets even smaller. Write a chapter like it. And there's one chapter in the Quran that's only 10 words long. And the challenge here is, write 10 words like this Quran. You can't do it. And you'll realize you can't do it, and then you'll stop saying that the Quran is not from God. Well, there's a problem with this. There's a large problem with this argument. Again, this is the argument given by the Quran for its own divine authority. And the biggest problem is it's a non sequitur argument. It's a non sequitur argument. Let's just say he did have the most wonderful book ever written. Poetically, the most masterful book ever written. Does that mean it's from God? No. I like Eminem. I don't think he's God. I like Shakespeare. I like Mozart. They're not divinely inspired. Just because you have excellent work doesn't make that work divine. And so this argument, from the get-go, even if it could be perfectly met in all its premises, is non sequitur. I'll leave this one out. It's a bit intricate. However, there's a bigger problem, which is that the test is for non-believers. The test is for non-believers. It says in the Quran, for the non-Muslims to try to write something like it, they will realize that they cannot. Well, that means that the test is for the non-believer. But there are many people who have said that they could write something like the Quran and better than the Quran. And in fact, they have. Al-Nadir, during the time of Muhammad, would say to Muhammad, oh, this is the revelation you just got from Allah? Well, what about this? He was one of Muhammad's scribes. He said, what about this? How about this? Doesn't this wording sound a bit better to you? And Muhammad says, yes, that's just as good. And Al-Nadir would write it down. And later, he'd ridicule Muhammad, saying, I was able to produce verses of the Quran, and I'm just Al-Nadir. And he left Islam because of that. Remember that episode I told you where Muhammad came back with 10,000 soldiers and he was merciful upon the city? I didn't give you a caveat. There were few people that he wanted to have killed anyway. Even though he didn't slaughter the city, there were few people when he conquered Mecca that he said, "You are going to die." Al-Nadhr was one of them. Al-Nadhr was one of them. Abdullah ibn Sar, also a scribe. Ali Dashti, he was a Irani grammarian in the 20th century. And he says repeatedly there are many, many grammatical mistakes throughout the Quran. He's Arabic by nature. He knows Arabic inside and out. And he said repeatedly the Quran has some of the worst grammar when it comes to classical Arabic. But my personal favorite is the True Furqan. This is a book that's been written in Arabic, and it attempts to emulate the Quranic style. And people will take this book, the True Furqan. It's basically psalms and hymns recast into classical Arabic. And people will take this book and they'll read it on buses, even during the Hajj in Mecca. And people will come up to the people reading the book and say, "Thank you so much for reading the Quran to us." Do you realize that? Do you understand what just happened there? Muslims themselves are apt to confuse this book with the Quran. They're giving testimony to the fact that the literary style of the Quran can be rivaled, has been rivaled. Non-Muslims and Muslims have agreed that the Quran can be rivaled in this sense. And so the argument from literary excellence doesn't work. It's been met over and over. It's non sequitur to begin with. So there goes the primary argument, the argument used by the Quran itself to argue for its miraculous nature. The next argument is from mathematical marvels. Now I find this one humorous, at best. The examples will be, the Quran has the word day in it 365 times. Therefore, it must be from God, because how would someone know to put the word day in it exactly 365 times? It has the word month in it exactly 12 times. How would someone know to put the word month in it exactly 12 times? Must be from God. These kinds of arguments, also patterns. If you look for the number 19 in the Quran, you'll find it this many thousands of times. This chapter can be divided by 19. The number of words in this chapter can be divided by 19, etc., etc., etc. Therefore, it must be from God. Okay? Well, number one, it's non sequitur. Just because you have a bunch of numerical patterns found within a book, it doesn't make it from God. In fact, the first two lines of Edgar Allan Poe's poem, The Raven, was analyzed in this way to find patterns. And over 100 different types of patterns were found in just the first two lines of the book of the poem. So it's non sequitur. These extensive numerical patterns are commonplace. The Bible contains a great number of numerical patterns. In fact, there's an argument for biblical divine inspiration from this exact same argument. I think it's equally problematic. But someone has argued that if you take all the words in the Bible and you pick the one that is exactly in the middle, it's God. And therefore, we can see that God has put himself at the center of his Bible, and therefore, this is divinely inspired. Well, it's non sequitur. It doesn't follow. That's not a logical argument. And even if it were the case that God were in the middle, that doesn't make a difference to whether or not it's divinely inspired. There are other ways Christians know that the Word of God is divinely inspired, namely that Jesus Christ tells us that the Old Testament is divinely inspired, and he tells his disciples that they will be led into all truth by the Holy Spirit. That's how we know the New Testament and the Old Testament are divinely inspired. Not these mathematical marvels. There's much more to get into here. It's just a ridiculous argument, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. This one, now, I think if there's an argument that can approach making the Quran truly be divinely inspired, this is the one that approaches doing that. It's the argument that, I'll just read it. The Quran, which was revealed 14 centuries ago, mentioned facts only recently discovered or proven by scientists. This proves without doubt that the Quran must be the literal word of God, and that the Quran was not authored by Muhammad or any other human being. You guys see that? So if the Quran has something like rocket science in there, how could Muhammad have known it? Obviously, he must have been divinely inspired. This is an argument we find many, many times. It's one that was one of my favorite when I was still a Muslim. However, I have found that each and every single one of these so-called scientific miracles are not really miracles. Either they are, number one, taken out of context. They'll make the verse say something it doesn't actually say in the Quran. Number two, it's just a blatantly inaccurate statement. Or number three, It's an obvious fact that has already been observed by science before Muhammad and included in there. Now there are some, the blatantly accurate ones are the ones I want to talk about briefly. To me, these are a problem. If, for example, and just work with me here for a moment. If, for example, we can find something that seems really scientifically amazing, let's say chapter 48 of the Quran had the internal combustion engine in there. Let's just say that was there. If you had other verses that had something that was scientifically inaccurate, wouldn't that equally disprove the divine inspiration of the Quran? So let's just look at the things that are inaccurate for a moment. Chapter 37, verses 6 through 10 of the Quran say, "We have indeed decked the lower heaven with beauty in the stars, for beauty and for guard against all obstinate, rebellious, evil spirits, so they should not strain their ears in the direction of the exalted assembly, but be cast away from every side, repulsed, for they are under a perpetual penalty, except as such snatch something away by stealth, and they are pursued by a flaming fire of piercing brightness." Now let's stop and let me unpack this for you real quick. We have indeed decked the lower heaven with beauty in the stars. Okay, so God is saying, I've put stars in the sky for beauty. Okay, so one of the reasons I put stars in the sky is to make the sky beautiful. Great. For guard against all obstinate, rebellious, evil spirits. Okay, so here's the other reason why God put stars in the sky. To protect heaven from demons. Wait a second. So that they should not strain their ears in the direction of the exalted assembly, but be cast away from every side. So these demons cannot approach heaven and hear what we're saying in this exalted assembly. So God's talking to his angels. He doesn't want the demons to hear what he has to say. So he's put stars everywhere as a guard against demons hearing what he has to say. For they are under perpetual penalty. The demons are being punished. That's why they can't hear what's being said in heaven. They're under perpetual penalty, except as such as snatch something away by stealth. Every now and then, a demon will get close enough to hear something very stealthily, and he'll hear it, and he'll snatch it away. But he will be pursued by a flaming fire of piercing brightness. What's that? A shooting star. So these demons who get close enough to hear something, one of those stars will start chasing the demon. Now wait a minute, do you see the flaw here? Do you see the flaw? Is a meteor the same thing as a star? No, a star is a big ball of gas burning billions of miles away. A meteor is a piece of debris that has come through the atmosphere and is burning brightly. It's entirely different from a star. And yet Muhammad, in the Quran says these stars are the same thing as these meteors. Now, in order to defend the Quran, Muslims will often reinterpret this to mean a variety of things. I've had in a debate that I've had once, someone actually said, well, how do you know that the stars, they orbit, don't they? They go in circles, don't they? I say, well, yes, stars do orbit. Well, how do you know they're not chasing demons? That was a response I got in a debate. The clear matter here is, though, that meteors are being confused with stars. And if you read Sahih Bukhari or Sahih al-Muslim, he makes it extremely clear. So if you've got these scientific fallacies in the Quran, I don't care how many miraculous things you can point to, there's still problems with it. Maybe Muhammad is a great scientist, but it doesn't make him divinely inspired. He's got mistakes. Unfortunately, though, there aren't any great miracles. Let's look at another blatantly false claim. Okay. All right, chapter 86, verse 5 of the Quran. Now let man think from what he is created. He is created from a drop emitted, proceeding from between the backbone and the ribs. I apologize if I'm a bit graphic. I've been desensitized by my medical training. But what's happening here is the Quran is said, now let's think from what he is created. What is man created from? He's created from a drop emitted, sperm, proceeding from between the backbone and the ribs. Let me let you in on a little secret. Sperm doesn't come from between the backbone and the ribs. Here's a depiction of the human anatomy. And what we have going on here is that's the lowest point of the backbone. That's your coccyx right there, coming off your sacrum. There's your coccyx, there's your sacrum. And sperm is issued forth from down here. It doesn't come at all between the ribs, which are up there, and the backbone, which as far as you can go is down here. Everything is inferior to that point. This is actually fairly self-evident. I don't know how Muhammad messed that one up. There is no way. There is no way possible. Here's your ribs. Here's your backbone. Now, what it sounds like it's saying is that it comes from somewhere in here. And the reason why he says that, by the way, it was scientific knowledge at that time that is where sperm's created from. Originally, that's what people thought at that period of time. But later it was found that that's not the case. But the Quran is saying, so from between the ribs and the backbone, a drop is emitted. That's false. That's as false as it can get. So what does a Muslim do in order to defend this? Well, they'll say, oh, a backbone is a masculine verb, or a noun. Because in other languages, nouns have genders, right? So they'll say a backbone is a masculine noun, and ribs are where the breasts are, so that's feminine. And what it's saying is babies are created when men and women get together. That's how people will defend these kinds of statements in order to make them accurate. But do you see at this point, the Muslim's just trying to convince himself that the Quran is still accurate? Do you see that? I'm going to skip some of these. So and the person I was debating was then going to go into a slew of scientific statements from the Quran, so I didn't want to linger on that point too long. The whole rest of the debate was on the science in the Quran. So I didn't go into that too much. But there's more. There's so much more that Muslims will bring up. For example, the statement that Muhammad knows that oxygen decreases as you go up an incline, as you increase in elevation. How could Muhammad possibly have known that? I would say, well, he's probably walked up a hill before. This is something that's blatantly obvious. These are the kinds of statements, and we could go on and on. If anyone wants to bring some up, we can look at them together as we go along. Finally, the argument from perfect preservation. Now, the Quran says, chapter 15, verse 9, we have without doubt sent the message, and we will assuredly guard it from corruption. Now, the Quran says, therefore, of its message, that it will be guarded from corruption. So Muslims will refer to this verse and they will say, this is how we know the Quran will never be corrupted. Words will never be lost, words will never be changed. They will argue that the Bible has been changed and that the Old Testament and the New Testament have been changed, though the Quran never says that either. In fact, the Quran says, chapter 6, verse 115, that the word of God can never be changed. And it also says that the Bible, chapter 5, verse 46 and 48, says that the Bible is the word of God. And so the Quran never says that the Bible is going to be corrupted. And here it's not saying just the Quran. It says the message will be guarded from corruption. But regardless, Muslims generally interpret this to mean that the Quran will never be corrupted. Here are statements. None can have any doubts whatsoever regarding its authenticity and immunity and purity from any and every kind of addition or omission or alteration. For there is nothing so authentic in the whole human history as this fact about the Quran, that it is the same Quran that was presented by the Holy Prophet to the world. These statements are not out of the ordinary. These are standard statements for Muslims, that the Quran is perfectly preserved. However, these are statements that are said now. Let's see the statements that were said shortly after Muhammad. Let no one of you say that he has acquired the entire Quran. For how does he know what it all is? Much of the Quran has been lost. Thus let him say, I have acquired of it what is available. Who said this? Oh, this wasn't Muhammad. That would be good. but it wasn't. This is the son of Umar, the second caliph. Ibn Umar says this. This is found in Kitab al-Masahif, and the Kitab al-Masahif didn't give a date. I would say the son of Umar lived around 20 to 30 years. He would probably say this kind of statement 20 to 30 years after Muhammad. The reason why he says this is given because of the battles that happened and the people who lost. Actually, Kitab al-Masahif was written by Ibn Abi Dawud. If you've seen Sunan Abu Dawud, it's one of the regular books that are used for a hadith. It's probably the third most trustworthy. His son is named Ibn Abi Dawud. He wrote a whole book on the corruption of the Quran. He and two others. All three of those were preserved only through other writings until recently, about 120 years ago. A scholar by the name of Arthur Jeffrey unearthed it. I'm going way too deep right now. Okay, let no one of you say that he has acquired it. This is Ibn Umar. Here's another one. Many of the passages of the Quran that were sent down were known by those who died on the day of Yamama, but they were not known by those who survived them, nor were they written down, nor had Abu Bakr, Umar, or Uthman by that time collected the Quran, nor were they found with even one person after them. Look how much emphasis is being placed here. Here you have the triple statement. They were not known by those who survived them, that's one, nor were they written down, that's two, nor had any of the Khalifa collected the Quran, that's three. And then another one, nor were they found with even one person after them. Sections of the Quran were lost, irretrievably. Now, Muhammad had 4 main scholars of the Quran. When people came up to him and they said, who should we learn the Quran from? Muhammad had 4 that he mentioned. First, Abdullah bin Masud, and he started with him. This hadith in Sahih Bukhari makes sure that we know Abdullah ibn Masud was the first person Muhammad would mention. Abdullah ibn Masud, Salim, Mu'adh bin Jabal, and Ubay bin Ka'ab. These 4 people are pointed out by Muhammad as teachers of the Quran that you should learn the Quran from. And actually, this word recitation is an improper translation. It should be learn the Quran from. This should be in italics. Ibn Masud, the number 1 teacher of the Quran, upon receiving Uthman's copy of the Quran and being told to give up his copy that he had heard from Muhammad, here's what he says. The people have been guilty of deceit in the reading of the Quran. I like it better to read according to Muhammad, whom I love. By him besides whom there is no God. I learned more than 70 surahs from the lips of the apostle of Allah, while Zayd ibn Thabit was a youth, having 2 locks and playing with the youth. What's he saying? He's saying this Quran, this one, the one that we have today, he's saying this Quran that was collected by Zayd bin Thabit, this is deception. I'm not going to read what Zayd bin Thabit has collected when I heard the words from my Quran from the mouth of Muhammad. This guy was just a kid when I heard Muhammad recite these verses. How does he know any better than me? And of course, Muhammad didn't mention Zayd bin Thabit as one of the 4 people to learn the Quran from, but he learned Abdullah ibn Masud first. So Muhammad's number 1 scholar on the Quran says this Quran, this is found in Ibn Sa'd if anyone wants to look it up, Kitab al-Tabaqat al-Kabir. He says this Quran is a deception.
That was also the scribe of Muhammad as 1 in 6 these are 490.
Zayd didn't become a scribe of Muhammad until the very end of Islam. So the vast majority of the verses that came before the second inhabitation of Mecca, Zayd wasn't there for. But that's a good point. Here's another statement from Ibn Masud. O you Muslim people, avoid copying the Mus'haf and recitation of this man. In other words, don't copy this one that's just been revealed or has just been put together and is being spread around everywhere. By Allah, when I accepted Islam, Zayd was but in the loins of a disbelieving man. O people of Al-Iraq, keep the Masahif with you that are with you and conceal them. In other words, Uthman was going around saying, hey, give us your manuscripts so we can burn them, and this is going to be the official Quran. Ibn Masud says, keep it with you, conceal them. And in other sources it says that he said, you'll receive your reward in heaven for hiding these sources. Now that was one of the... Yes, sir. The average Muslim does not know these things. And it's hard to share this with the average Muslim because since they don't know it, they're much more willing to say, oh, you're making it up. And then once they've looked it up, they'll say, oh, that's a bad source. You're using an English translation. It doesn't say that in the Arabic. Then you have to dig it out of the Arabic. You show it to them here, and they'll say, oh, well, I don't believe this. I never got to this point. When I was studying the Quran, I realized that the evidence points that Jesus died on the cross. Chapter 4, verse 157 of the Quran says Jesus did not die on the cross, and I realized that one had to be right, one had to be wrong. And so I didn't bother going into that. I just decided to investigate the evidence on Jesus' life. But later, I went into this. Right after becoming a believer, I started looking into this, and it just started unfolding. I spent a whole, by the way, I'm at Duke University right now. I just drove up here for the break to share all this with you guys. I just last semester took a class under one of the Muslim professor on the Quran. And we discussed these things all the time. And he didn't deny these sources. His argument, he was a Shia though, so he came at it from a different perspective. But he says a bunch of scholars don't deny these sources. A lot of people have understood these sources from the beginning. These things are discussed very early on in Islamic history. Part of the Shia-Sunni split was over the treatment of the Quran. Anyhow, we got to move on. So I mentioned earlier there were 4 names that Muhammad said to learn the Quran from, correct? The number 1 name we just saw says today's Quran is a deceit. Well, here's another name. Ubay. He was the 4th name that Muhammad mentioned. And it says, Ubay was the best of us in recitation of the Quran, yet we leave some of what he recites. So here's Ubay, one of the other 4 teachers Muhammad says learn the Quran from. And it says, Ubay has taken words from the mouth of Allah's messenger and will not leave them for anything whatever. In other words, people are saying, Ubay, you're reading extra words that aren't in our Quran. He says, I know. I heard this from Muhammad's mouth and I'm not about to give him up. So we have early Muslim disputes. Here's Zayd's version of the Quran, the one we have today. By the hour of the afternoon, chapter 103, verses 1 through 3. By the hour of the afternoon, man is in perdition except those who have believed. Ibn Mas'ud's version says, by the hour of the afternoon, there's no man in perdition. Certainly we have created man for his perdition. So there's the difference right there, difference in words. Except those who have believed. Here's another one. By the hour of the afternoon, by the vicissitudes of fate, man is in perdition and is so until the end of time. So you've got words being pulled in, pulled out. Now I'm not saying meaning is being changed left and right. I'm not saying that you've got gross corruption of the message. But what I am saying is when you have a Muslim argue that every word has been perfectly preserved and handed down from God to Gabriel, to Muhammad, to his scribes, to Uthman, and has been preserved in every Quran we have today, that's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. If you want to argue that the message hasn't been changed, I'll give you that. If you want to argue that every word is exactly the same, you got a problem. Now, we'll see different levels of corruption in the text. Let's start with the first level, whole chapters. This is a long statement, but it's very important. Sahih Muslim 2286. Again, Sahih Muslim is an extremely important collection of ahadith. Abu Musa al-Ash'ari. I was just talking to some of you over the lunch break about Ash'aris and Mutazilis. Al-Ash'ari. This is one of the people who believe that the Quran is eternal. Abu Musa al-Ash'ari sent for the reciters of Basra. They came to him, and they were 300 in number. They recited the Quran, and he said, you are the best among the inhabitants of Basra, for you are the reciters among them. So continue to recite it. In other words, keep reciting the Quran. But bear in mind that your reciting for a long time may not harden your hearts, as were hardened the hearts of those before you. We used to recite a surah which resembled in length and severity to Surah Barat. Surah Barat is hundreds of verses long. I have, however, forgotten it, with the exception of this, which I remember out of it. If there were 2 valleys full of riches for the son of Adam, he would long for a 3rd valley, and nothing would fill the stomach of the son of Adam but dust. And we used to recite a surah which resembled one of the surahs of Musabbihat, much shorter. And I have forgotten it. What's he saying? Abu Musa, this is a companion of Muhammad, has said, we used to recite all these verses in a chapter, and none of that's around anymore. We've lost it all because we hardened our hearts. Don't let your hearts be hardened. Where do you say that? Don't harden your hearts, right here. We've lost a whole chapter. These were the words that were in it. And there was another chapter, one which resembled the surahs of Musabbihat, but I've forgotten it. So Abu Musa is saying there's 2 chapters that are lost because our hearts were hardened. Now some may argue, as in a debate someone has argued against me, well, how do we know this chapter wasn't just abrogated? Remember that whole thing about abrogating verses? How do we know this wasn't abrogated? And this is a bit more advanced, so you can tune it out if you want, or you can listen. There's generally considered by Sunni Muslims 3 types of abrogation. And in each case, you cannot account for abrogation of history. You can account for abrogation of laws and commandments. You can account for that in the abrogation, but you cannot account for abrogation of history. This is history. If there were 2 valleys full of riches for the son of Adam, we're talking about Abel or Cain or someone here, we don't know who. If there were 2 valleys full of riches for the son of Adam, he would long for a third valley, and nothing would fill the stomach of the son of Adam but dust. That's not a commandment. That's not a law. It couldn't have been abrogated. This has been lost. According to Sahih Muslim. Here's some on missing passages. Aisha said Surah Al-Azab used to be recited in the time of the Prophet with 200 verses. But when Uthman wrote out the codices, he was unable to procure more of it than there is today, 66 verses. Here's Aisha, the young bride of Muhammad, al-Mu'mineen, mother of the believers. She's saying, we're missing 2/3 of this chapter.
And the secret people.
Okay, stop.
1:1:1:46.
All right, missing verses. Here's an interesting one. Sunan Ibn Majah, 1944. Sahih Sitta is considered the collection of 6 books of hadith that are the most authentic. And this is one of them, Sunan Ibn Majah. It was narrated that Aisha said, the verse of stoning and of breastfeeding an adult 10 times was revealed. Breastfeeding an adult. Okay. And the paper was with me under my pillow. When the messenger of Allah died, we were preoccupied with his death, and a tame sheep came in and ate it. Came in and ate it? A sheep came and ate verses of the Quran, and that's why we don't have it anymore? That's what it says. I'm not making this up. And that's the thing. I'm not going to non-Muslim sources. I'm not going to my own arguments or coming up with something out of my own imagination. I'm going to the earliest sources, seeing what they say, and this is what they say. Now, if you want to argue that the Quran is perfectly preserved, you have to argue against the earliest Muslims who knew Muhammad much better than you can ever hope to. And that is a problem for your argument. That is a huge problem for your argument. By the way, the verse breastfeeding an adult, just to let you know what that's about, there was a male servant who was working in the households of a married woman. And her husband came up to Muhammad and said, I'm worried about this male servant working in this household. And Muhammad said, no worries, because someone who's been breastfed by a woman can't marry her. It's one of the rules of marriage. You can't be married to your surrogate mother or your wet nurse. So just let him breastfeed off your wife for 10 times, and he will now be like an adopted son almost. And that was the ruling of breastfeeding an adult. It's argued about nowadays because the sheep came and ate it. So we don't have records of it anymore, but I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the news a couple years ago, but there was a cleric in Egypt who made a ruling off this. And he got in a lot of controversy because of this. But anyhow, this is there. Missing phrases. So we've had missing chapters, we've had missing passages, now we have missing phrases. Here, Quran 33:6, the Prophet is closer to the believers than their own selves, and his wives are their mothers. One version of the Quran, the Yusuf Ali version of the Quran, that's this one right here, mentions at the bottom that in some qirras, like that of Ubay ibn Ka'b, occur also the words, and he is a father of them. So you've got additional words in there. Now Muslims will argue, but look, it's a different qirra. A qirra is just a different reading. It's not a different set of words. But no, just look at the evidence. There's more words here. And he is a father of them. So what do we have? We have the Quran being presented as the masterpiece of God. Proof that Islam is true. Just like the resurrection is proof that Christianity is true, the Quran is proof that Islam is true. It's the only piece of proof that Muhammad ever pointed to. He never did a miracle and said, look at this. Here's proof. No, he said, look at the Quran. That is the miracle of Islam. That is my proof. And the Quran says what? The Quran says, no book has been written as beautifully as this has. Try to write a chapter like it, you won't be able to. People have. They were able to. Even Muslims confuse it for the Quran. Other people say, look at the mathematical marvels. It's a non sequitur argument. We find mathematical marvels in all kinds of documents. Some people will say, look at the scientific miracles that are in the Quran. These scientific findings. We can't explain it if Muhammad were just a human. Well, there aren't any. And anything that is an accurate scientific statement in there is actually something that existed before the time of Muhammad. Well, what about the perfect preservation? How about that? It's perfectly preserved, just like the Quran said, chapter 15, verse 9. Well, if by perfect preservation you mean there's missing chapters, missing passages, missing phrases, and who knows what it actually originally said, we burnt it all. Okay, then it's perfectly preserved. This is the argument from the Quran. These are the details on the Quran. If you have any questions, I saved about 8 minutes, so we can talk, and if you got nothing, I can keep talking. Yeah.
What's the argument of the best Sunni scholar? What do they say?
What would they say here? This is what they say. They will argue for what's called Isra'iliyat. In other words, they will say, when these sources were being written down by Ibn Majah, Bukhari, Muslim, etc., keep in mind, these are the very sources that we learn about Muhammad from. When these sources were being written down, Jews came up and inserted stuff. They inserted stuff into these books of history. These insertions are called Isra'iliyat. And that accounts for all these. These are all Isra'iliyat. These are all made up. That is the number one response that a Sunni scholar will give you. A Shia scholar will argue something else. A Shia scholar will say, the Sunnis did this. Which is what my professor said when I was studying this last semester. Malik.
Our own scholars did it because the text is going to the prophet, for example. It's not many of them are studied yet. One, because the Quran gives so much, and then there's other elements within the biblical text. So they actually turn to the biblical text to create the whole. It's not that let's see as the Jews trying to work out religion.
You might be explaining it from the Sunni perspective. Like I said, my professor was a Shia, and he explained it to me differently. He explained it to me insofar as these ahadith were something that was being transcribed from section. So we spent a whole class on this, so I know I didn't misunderstand him. He might just be having a different idea than you. But what he says is, as traditions were going from one city to the next, you'd have a book that was delivered, and you can't know if this book, which came from a certain master, is exactly the same when it arrived as when it left. And in the process in between, certain people would sneak things in. And when the Jews did it, it was called Isra'iliyat. That's what he told me. Now, this might be a different concept of Isra'iliyat, but regardless, either way, that's how... Yeah, of course. But I'm trying to cover all the different types of Islam that we can. Did you have a question? Because I try to keep it to where we're just sharing questions at this point, not comments. Okay, yeah, just because if we keep doing comments, we're going to lose order. Yeah. That was called the True Furqan. The True Furqan. True as in English. Furqan, the word for light. Almost, it would be as if a Muslim said, I can write Psalms better than the Psalms that are found in your Bible. And then he sat down and wrote a whole bunch of Psalms. And then if someone in church stood up and read those Psalms and everyone else said, oh, thanks for reading the Psalms, that's more the parallel. Yeah.
Because most Muslims today don't even know their religion. Most Muslims don't even recognize the Quran itself. So if someone hears something that sounds like similar to what they may have heard somewhere else, and mistakes it for that, does not necessarily mean that it's.
But that's an excellent. That's the whole point, though. The Quran is challenging people to write something like it. The Quran is so much better than any other book that you can't even begin to write something similar to it. And when you have Muslims, even lay Muslims, who say, yeah, oh, that's the Quran that's being read, they're thinking that this is similar to the Quran. Now, the challenge isn't to Muslim scholars. The challenge isn't to Arabic grammarians. The challenge is to non-Muslims to write a book. Anyone who says the Quran is not the word of God, write a book like it. You'll see that you can't. And so if someone says to me, but Nabeel, give it to an Arabic scholar, he'll be able to tell. That's not what the challenge was. The challenge was to an average person.
It's my belief that it holds the same linguistical pattern, holds the same, like I said, mathematical pattern, so on and so forth. All this has to be contained.
That's not what the words say. It just says, write a book like it. And if someone writes a book like it, it's not, see, what you're trying to do is you're trying to insert a way to defend this. But all the book says is, do you think this is a book that's not from God? You can't write anything like it. It's not saying linguistical patterns. It's not saying these deep grammatical things. It's saying to someone, you can't write anything that can equal this book. And other people say, yes, you can. Hold on. If you have more questions, we'll talk. Other people have questions. We'll talk afterwards.
The grammatical mistakes that you mentioned in the Quran, are they recognized to be grammatical mistakes, or are there other ways of looking at it and saying they accept the grammar?
You know, I asked my Sharia professor that question, who is a Sunni. I asked him that question, and he said, he's a little bit more liberal when it comes to Muslims. And he said, well, actually what happened is scholars of the Quran, once they came across these things, they kind of categorized it into divine grammar. So when you have these grammatical peculiarities in the Quran, it's because God has his own divine manner of speaking. So they were able to account for these grammatical mistakes by calling them divine grammar. I can't offhand. Sure. Sure, go ahead.
So the problem is before Quran there was no grammar. And you took all the grammar from the Quran. But the problem is in other things, they could not apply the same principles to the same to other verses. So the problem became, now we have a rule of both grammar. You say one word, but in the same chapter, or later on in a different chapter, you need to write it differently. So then you can bring confusion, because there's so many mistakes grammatically, because we used to say it one way and it's really different.
So even within the Quran, there's different grammar on the same set.
Yes. The same exact verse in a different chapter, different chapters.
Different grammar.
Has a problem with the grammar.
Good.
How was the first Quran written down? Were they using codex method or not like the modern printing?
That's an excellent question.
So how could people be inserting that?
The very, very, very first, the word Quran means recitation. So when Muhammad receives something and it's spoken and written down, that was kind of the recitation. In fact, the thesis paper that I wrote for my class last semester, I argued that even when people were saying it out loud, that was still the Quran without even having to be written down. The recitation was the Quran. But how they wrote it down initially, according to Sahih Bukhari, right here, they were written down first. When Muhammad would receive his revelation, they'd say his face would go red and his eyes would begin to shake and his body would shake, and then he'd start saying words, and immediately people would grab what they could around them. And that included palm leaf stalks, so the stalks off of palm leaves, stones, and the shoulder blades of dead animals. Those are the three things that are listed. So they'd grab what they could and they'd start writing what was coming out. Then after all those were collected, leaves were collected, all these, by the time Umar became, he's again the kind of angry, hot-tempered gentleman. When he became a Muslim, it was because he saw his sister with leaves of the Quran. So we know by the time he became a Muslim, they already have like pages of the Quran that they're kind of reading through. Not necessarily in a codex, but at least leaflets, leaves. All this was collected and burned, and then in Uthman's time, it was in the form of a codex. So the earliest ones we have are already codices. They're not papyri like the New Testament manuscripts, they're already codices.
Yeah, please add that also, that there were no vowels and diphthongs at that time. It was very plain, and it was very hard to...
You know, that's a good point. I'll explain that briefly. The Quran, if you look at modern, the Quran, I can't really, can you all see this? If you ever look at a Quranic text, you'll see all kind of markings on there, vowel markings, vocalic markings, etc. None of that was in the original Quran. There also, which is in the language writing at the time, there was no, that didn't exist. This was invented to help people recite the Quran. All you had was a skeleton text. And so what Muslim scholars will argue today is it's the skeleton text that was inspired. And these other markings were stuff that were added later. We can't consider those inspired. The problem is even parts of the skeleton text are missing, as we just saw in these statements at the end. Again, whole chapters missing, passages missing, words missing, all over the place.
No, even Bukhari volume 1 and the Hadith number 529 and 530, as per that, everything is changed. You read that. Everything is changed.
Okay, I think you're going a bit too far.
As it used to be at that time of Muhammad.
Okay, I'll have to take a look at that one. All right, one more question, then we got to stop.
Just follow up with related to this. We now use the Quran, the Surah, and so forth. Was that part of the original, right, or is that a later addition?
You know, that's a great question too.
Greek has no verses and chapters or just one.
Now, you guys are asking some good questions. Okay, so originally Muhammad did refer to surahs. That doesn't mean they're exactly the way they are here. He would say, remember when surah such and such was revealed? Add this to it, or take that away from it. So he would refer to them by surahs. Later people had some confusion. Is this a whole surah? Is this part of that surah? Add to it. So that's why the Shia believe in less surahs, but that's only because they number them differently. Some of them they'll combine together, and some that, actually I just think they combine them together. However, hold on.
There's a difference between the Shia and the Sunni.
Only in the surah numbering.
Just numbering.
Just the numbering of the surahs.
But it's the same for both major sects.
Right.
Okay.
Shia believe in 116 chapters. Sunni believe in 115.
No, there's a very small sect of Shia that do. It's not the majority. The Ismailis don't, and they're by far the largest number of Shia. What I would say, though, is for the surah, there are some arguments, though, as to what constituted a surah and what didn't early on in Islam. For example, Surah 113 and 114 of the Quran both start with Qul. Qul a'udhu bi rabbil falaq, Qul a'udhu bi rabbin nas. These are considered to be prayers, because what they are is prayers of protection. And they're not necessarily something that God said to Muhammad. They're something that Muhammad's told to recite himself as a prayer. So early on, Muslims argued whether or not these are surahs. Ibn Masud said, no, these aren't. Surah 113, 114, and Surah Al-Fatiha. These are not surahs, these are prayers. And so he left them out of his Quran. On the other hand, Ubay, the other guy we saw, he included those three, and he included two more, which other people thought were prayers. So Ubay has 116. Al-Haft and Al-Khul he included in his Quran. So he had some arguments over what constitutes a surah and what constitutes is called a hadith qudsi. If you want to ask me more about that, we can. Chris has stood up, so I mean, that's my time, huh?
Yes, I would appreciate everybody now following me and joining me over at Grace Christian Academy.
All right, let's look at Muhammad and this is important. This is the most common argument you hear for Islam. This is the argument Nabeel used to give. I sat through an entire presentation of Nabeel. We argued this forever, and it's weird because this is about fact versus fiction in Islam. And this is just the weirdest argument I think anyone who's read the Quran could ever come up with. And you'll see why here in a moment. And we're going to look at three categories. One, we're going to look at Muhammad's universe. And Nabeel's already brought up some of these points in these different areas. But you're going to get kind of an overview of what Muhammad's universe looks like. And then we're going to look at Muhammad on human reproduction. Nabeel already touched on that as well, but we'll get kind of the big picture on what Muhammad taught about reproduction. And maybe I'll cut the last part out and just focus on those two issues so we can move on to some other things. Muhammad's universe. So what's down at the bottom of stuff? You read this little interesting verse in the Quran, Surah 68, verse 1. It says, Nun, by the pen and by the record which men write. Now, what's that mean? It doesn't get translated. It's just written as Nun in copies of the Quran. But if you go to the earliest commentators, Muhammad's companions, and what they said, we know what that means. It's talking about the fish. It's talking about the big fish. So this is Ibn Abbas. This is the founder of Quranic studies, one of Muhammad's companions. There is no real greater authority on the interpretation of the Quran in earlier Islam than Ibn Abbas. And he says, Allah swears by the Nun, which is the whale that carries the earths on its back while in water, and beneath which is the bull, and under the bull is the rock, and under the rock is the dust, and none knows what is under the dust save Allah. So this is what's at the bottom of the universe, according to the understanding of Muhammad's companions and what he meant by these verses. Notice that it says earths there, carries the earths. Yes, there's more than one earth. Quran 65:12, Allah is he who created 7 heavens and of the earth the like of them. So there are also 7 earths. In Jami' at-Tirmidhi, Muhammad explains what the situation is like. So Muhammad says to one of his followers, do you know what is under you? They said, Allah and his messenger know better. He said, indeed, it is the earth. Okay, Muhammad got something right. The earth is under you. Then he said, do you know what is under that? Now here's where we have an opportunity to test whether Muhammad knew what he was talking about. Do you know what is under that? They said, Allah and his messenger know better. He said, verily below it is another earth, between the two of which is a distance of 500 years. Until he enumerated 7 earths. Between every 2 earths is a distance of 500 years. So we have here from the beginning, giant fish down below the earths, and then 7 earths stacked on top of each other with a journey of 500 years in between each one of them. The earth is flat, according to Muhammad. So here we have a couple passages from the Quran. He who has made for you the earth like a carpet spread out, and Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet spread out, and here's the key. Do they never reflect on the camels and how they were created, the heaven, how it was raised high, the mountains, how they were set down, the earth, how it was made flat? And up until Muslims really knew because of astronomy what the situation was, the Muslim commentators were clear. No, this is telling us what the earth is, and it's flat. This is one of the greatest Islamic commentaries, Tafsir Jalalain, on the meaning of this. And he explicitly says it's flat and condemns the views of the astronomers who say the earth is round. So it says, as for his word, sutahat, laid out flat, this on a literal reading suggests that the earth is flat, which is the opinion of most of the scholars of the revealed law. So scholars of the Quran say it means the earth is flat. And not a sphere, as astronomers have it, even if this latter does not contradict any of the pillars of the law. So what's the word mean? It means flat. That's what the earth is, and that's what all 7 earths are. So, Tafsir of Ibn Abbas gives his commentary. Allah it is who has created 7 heavens, one above the other like a dome, and of the earth thereof, the like thereof, 7 earths, but they are flat. So, what do we have so far? You've got a giant fish, 7 flat earths stacked on top of each other, like a stack of pancakes, but with some space in between them. That's Muhammad's universe so far. Quran 36, verse 38 through 40. When the sun runs its course for a period determined for it, that is the decree of him, the exalted and mighty, all-knowing. And the moon we have measured for it mansions to traverse, till it returns like the old and withered lower part of a date stalk. It is not permitted to the sun to catch up the moon, nor can the night outstrip the day. Each just swims along in its own orbit, according to law. So you have the sun and the moon in their own orbits, kind of chasing each other, but the sun can never catch up. So you have the sun and the moon going around the earth, one chasing the other, but they don't catch up. It's probably my favorite. Surah 18, 83 through 86. They asked thee concerning Dual Qarnayn. That's Alexander the Great. That's how they refer to Alexander the Great. They asked thee concerning Dual Qarnayn. Say, I will rehearse to you something of his story. Verily, we established his power on earth, and we gave him the ways and means to all ends. One such way he followed until, when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it set in a spring of murky water. Near it he found a people. So, according to the Quran, if you travel far enough west, you will eventually reach the place where the sun sets, and you'll find it sets in a pool of murky water. And there are people who live there. That's pretty interesting. And interesting that there are other myths during Muhammad's time about this pool that the sun goes down into. So it was fairly common during that time. Surah 37. By the way, some people are writing frantically to try and get all these references down. If you don't get it, I'll send you the PowerPoint. You can have the PowerPoint if you want it. And then you'll have all the references. Surah 37, we have indeed, you already heard this from Nabeel, I think, we have indeed decked the lower heaven with beauty in the stars, for beauty and for guard against all obstinate, rebellious, evil spirits, so they should not strain their ears in the direction of the exalted assembly, but be cast away from every side, repulsed, for they are under a perpetual penalty, except such as snatch away something by stealth, and they are pursued by a flaming fire of piercing brightness. So that's what a shooting star is. And a shorter one, Surah 67:5, and we have from of old adorned the lowest heaven with lamps, the stars. And we have made such lamps as missiles to drive away the evil ones and have prepared for them the penalty of blazing fire. According to the Quran, stars, the ones you see in the sky, are missiles that God uses to hurl at demons when a demon tries to sneak and listen in paradise. And when you see a shooting star, it's because Allah or one of the angels became angry and hurled a star. There are multiple problems with that. Stars aren't meteorites, and they have nothing to do with going after evil spirits. But just anyone wants to, in case anyone wants to give an alternative interpretation, one of Muhammad's companions gave the Muslim interpretation of this. So this is Sahih al-Bukhari, Abu Qatada mentioning Allah saying, and indeed we have adorned the nearest heaven with lamps, quoting the Quran and explaining what it means, said, the creation of these stars is for three purposes. There are three purposes for stars. They are one, as a decoration of the nearest heaven, no problem there. As missiles to hit the devils, something wrong there. And as signs to guide travelers, no problem there. And notice what he says. There is a contempt for science. Remember, in Jalalain, this is what people who know the Quran know. We know that the earth is flat, unlike those astronomers who think it's a sphere. Because we know the Quran, and it tells us what's right, not these guys practicing their science. Watch how he concludes. So, if anybody tries to find a different interpretation, he is mistaken and just wastes his effort and troubles himself with what is beyond his limited knowledge. If you want to find some other explanation other than stars are missiles that God uses to shoot demons, you're wasting your time. You'll never do it. Jami at-Tirmidhi, Muhammad says, again, do you know what is above you? So he's already explained what's below them, 7 earths. Do you know what is above you? They said, Allah and his messenger know better. He said, indeed, it is a preserved canopy of the firmament whose surge is restrained. Then he said, do you know how much is between you and it? They said, Allah and his messenger know better. He said, between you and it is the distance of 500 years. Then he said, do you know what is above that? They said, Allah and his messenger know better. He said, verily, above that are 2 heavens. Between the 2 of them, there's a distance of 500 years. Until he enumerated 7 heavens, what is between each of the 2 heavens is what is between the heavens and the earth. So what he means here, he's referring to 7 domes, higher and higher, above the earth. And it's interesting, these are actually solid objects that could fall on you if Allah didn't hold them up. So we find this in the Quran, Surah 22:65. Do you not see that Allah has made subservient to you whatever is in the earth and ships running by the sea at his command, and he withholds the heaven from falling on the earth except with his permission. Most surely Allah is compassionate and merciful to men. So Allah holds the heaven up so it doesn't fall on us. And Surah 34:9, see they not what is before them and behind them of the earth and of the sky and of the earth? If we wish, we could cause the earth to swallow them up or cause a piece of the sky to fall upon them. So these are solid objects, and there are 7 of them stacked up like domes on top of the earth. Sunan Abu Dawood, 4705. Here's what's at the top. If you wonder what's on top of the domes, no problem. It tells us, above the 7th heaven, there is a sea. The distance between whose surface and bottom is like that between one heaven and the next. Above that, there are 8 mountain goats. The distance between whose hoofs and haunches is like the distance between one heaven and the next. Then Allah, the Blessed and the Exalted, is above that. So there are 8 mountain goats above these 7 heavens, giant ones that are the size of the heavens, and Allah is on top of that. He's according to Muhammad, whom Muslims appeal to as the epitome of scientific understanding and reason. So let's kind of put all of this together to get Muhammad's overall picture of the entire universe. According to Muhammad, there are 7 earths. That's false. All of them are flat. It's false. Stacked on top of each other like pancakes. False, except with long distance between them. False. Out on the edge of that top earth is a pool. False. Where the sun sets. That's false. There are 7 heavens above the earth, that's false, like domes that will fall on us if God doesn't hold them up, that's false. And the lowest heaven are the stars, which God uses to hurl at demons, that's false. All of this is sandwiched between a giant fish, which is false, and 8 giant goats, false. That's Muhammad's picture of the universe if you put it all together. What did Muhammad get right? Other than there is a sun, and there is a moon, and there are stars, and there is an earth, which any 5-year-old could have told you, Muhammad got everything wrong that he could possibly get wrong. And Muslims look at this somehow and say, this is clear proof that the Quran is the word of God. What? If they read I'm saying Muslims who read the Quran, so Zakir Naik, they read this and they still proclaim the Quran is. They don't say this, the fact that there are 7 earths is clear proof. But they still look at all of this and say, this Quran, this book, is our proof, when this is the picture of astronomy presented in the Quran. And there's something very weird about that. But it's not just in astronomy. Let's check out human reproduction. So, Surah 86, 5 through 7. Nabeel already brought this up. This is the verse that says that semen is created between the backbone and the ribs. It's not. So we'll look at some others. Sahih Muslim, 608. Man's discharge, i.e. sperm, is thick and white, and the discharge of women is thin and yellow. So men have a discharge and women have a discharge, according to Muhammad. And this explains a lot of things. Watch. Salama said, "O Allah's apostle, Allah does not refrain from saying the truth. Is it obligatory for a woman to take a bath after she gets nocturnal discharge?" He says, yes, if she notices the discharge. Salama smiled and said, "Does a woman get discharged?" Allah's apostle said, "Then why does a child resemble its mother?" So children resemble their mother sometimes because women have this reproductive fluid in the same sense that men do. If it's not clear, you'll see what he means here. Sahih Muslim 33:29, Allah's apostle said, this is an interesting passage because in this passage he specifically asked as a challenge, if you're a prophet and you can get revelations from God, tell us why a child sometimes resembles the father and other times resembles the mother. Could you tell us this? And Muhammad says, yes, Gabriel just told me. Note, Gabriel is supposedly the source of all of Muhammad's revelation. So if he did not have a reliable source of information in Gabriel, something's wrong. So Muhammad claims, I just got the answer from Gabriel. Gabriel has just now told me of the answers to these questions. As for the resemblance of the child to its parents, if a man has sexual intercourse with his wife and gets discharged first, the child will resemble the father. And if the woman gets discharged first, the child will resemble her. On that, Abdullah bin Salam said, I testify that you are the apostle of Allah. Someone converted based on this. Muhammad said it with such confidence, it must be correct. By the way, Nabeel, is this correct? Is this a correct picture? No. Of course not. Had to go to the head of the field. Someone with an MD for verification. But no, that's not what determines a child's appearance during reproduction. Sahih Muslim 61:14, Muhammad said, the reproductive substance of a man is white and that of a woman yellow. And when they have sexual intercourse and the male substance prevails upon the female substance, it is the male child that is created by Allah's decree. And when the substance of the female prevails upon the substance contributed by the male, a female child is formed by the decree of Allah. So not only is the appearance, but also the gender is determined by which substance, the male substance or the female substance, prevails. Nabeel, is that right? Okay. Yeah, it's the sperm. That's what decides it. The male sperm decides gender of the child. So this is just flat out wrong. He's making claims that are totally false. And you can't even stretch these interpretations to make them somehow right. Quran 22:5. Consider that we created you out of dust, then out of sperm, then out of a leech-like clot, then out of a morsel of flesh, partly formed and partly unformed, in order that we may manifest our power to you. So, out of dust, then out of sperm, then out of a leech-like clot, then out of a morsel of flesh, partly formed and partly unformed. Let's look at another passage, 40:67. it is he who has created you from dust. So that sounds like it refers to the original creation of human beings. Then you get created from a sperm drop, then from a leech-like clot. Then does he get you out into the light as a child. And Muslims will pick out parts of these verses and say, Muhammad knew that semen had something to do with human reproduction. It's a miracle. Look at how much he gets wrong here. Quran 23. Man did we create from a quintessence of clay, then we placed him as a drop of sperm in a place of rest firmly fixed. Then we made the sperm into a clot of congealed blood. Then of that clot we made a fetus lump. Then we made out of that lump bones and clothed the bones with flesh. Then we developed out of it another creature. So blessed be Allah, the best creator. If you've taken biology, you should see error after error after error there. No, there is no congealed blood stage during embryonic development. You don't become bones and then those bones are wrapped in flesh. They develop at the same time as everything else is being developed. So all these areas where we can test whether Muhammad knew what he was talking about turns out to be wrong. Sahih Muslim, Muhammad said, Allah the Exalted and Glorious has appointed an angel as the caretaker of the womb. And he would say, my Lord, it is now a drop of semen. So an angel is reporting on the development of the fetus. Allah the Exalted and Glorious has appointed an angel as caretaker of the womb, and he would say, my Lord, it is now a drop of semen. So that's the first step. My Lord, it is now a clot of blood. That's second. Remember the congealed blood stage. My Lord, it has now become a lump of flesh. And when Allah decides to give it a final shape, the angel says, my Lord, would it be male or female, or would he be an evil or good person? Notice, whether the child is male or female isn't decided until after the child is a little baby, a little tiny baby in the womb. That's totally wrong. That's totally false. It's there from the beginning. As soon as the sperm joins with the egg, the gender has been determined. Sahih al-Bukhari, Allah's apostle, the true and truly inspired, said, the matter of creation of a human being is put together in the womb of the mother in 40 days, and then he becomes a clot of thick blood for a similar period. So the first stage is the semen stage. That lasts 40 days. Then you enter into the clot of congealed blood stage, which lasts another 40 days. These aren't quite right. Sahih Muslim again, Allah the Exalted and Glorious has appointed an angel as the caretaker of the womb, and he would say, my Lord, I read that. Okay, so let's put all of this together. So now we have Muhammad's entire picture of the universe. Now we have Muhammad's entire picture of human reproduction. Semen forms between the backbone and ribs. That's false. Then it joins with the female semen. False. And whichever one is discharged first determines which parent the child will resemble. That's wrong. The child spends 40 days as a drop of sperm. That's false and ridiculous. Then the child spends another 40 days as a clot of blood. That's false. Then the child becomes a lump. That's false. Then the child becomes bones. That's false. Then the bones are wrapped with flesh. That's false. And finally, once the shape is determined, God finally decides whether the child will be male or female. Once again, what did Muhammad get right? Other than semen has something to do with human reproduction, and human reproduction occurs when a man gets together with a woman. Muhammad got absolutely everything wrong. And some of it's just silly, and some of it, there were plenty of people during his time who could have told him better. It's just one error after another. And I had another section on the science, yes?
Do the majority of Muslims, they know this is what Muhammad believed and was according to Muhammad? Because the second part of my question is, I work with a lot of highly educated physicians. I just don't understand if you're being perceived at one point, and now they're trained doctors, how could they still say Muslims when they know there's no way this is that?
First, I would say no, most Muslims do not know this. Almost every Muslim I've met doesn't know the basics of the Quran. They'll go to mosque, they'll do their prayers. But as far as studying carefully and knowing what the Quran says, I know much more about the Quran than the average Muslim I meet. So it's rare for a Muslim to actually know about what the Quran teaches. As for people who become doctors, I find they rarely know all that much about the Quran. And those who do know about the Quran and do make it to high levels of education, it just seems that you're raised all your life to believe that this is true. And so, well, if this sounds wrong, it must be I'm just misinterpreting it. I must be interpreting it wrong. God knows better. God knows better what he means, and somehow this must be right. Point is, it's just not. I mean, it's a totally wrong picture. Yeah.
There's a lot of people.
No, back.
There's a lot of books that make templates and make all types of prints, and on the internet try to justify a given way. And any way is possible. And people believe it.
Yeah, and the problem is, so a Muslim will take the passage in the Quran, and this is a real problem I see. A Muslim will take a passage in the Quran, let's say stars are missiles, and then totally try to reinterpret it. What he's ignoring is both Muhammad and his companions in the Hadith explained exactly what he meant. Here's what it means. And so you have these other passages in the Quran that are talking about human reproduction. And Muslims will come up with all these creative reinterpretations to try and reconcile it with modern science. Problem is, Muhammad said exactly what these passages meant. He gave many comments on these verses. And so Muhammad explained what he meant, and according to Muhammad's explanation, these are obviously wrong. And according to Islam, Muhammad is the greatest interpreter of the Quran. That's foundational. Muhammad's the best interpreter, not some doctor today. So it's just yes, you find it all over the internet, and it seems to be like a campaign of how we can rescue these texts. But I wish Muslims would dig a little deeper. Yes, no question. Yeah.
The verses you just have prior slides, talking about weed creation. Who's the weed here?
Muslims will say that refers to the plural of majesty, the royal we, the way the Queen of England will speak on behalf of the country and say we, which is kind of weird because it makes sense when the Queen of England says it. She's saying we because she is the representative of all of the people, and therefore she can say we. So it is kind of weird to say that Allah is using this royal we when Allah supposedly has no peers. But that's just the Muslim response. This is a royal sense of we. Yeah. Yeah, so you have the Quran, but also authoritative are Muhammad's teachings. And so I quoted the most reliable sources on the teachings of Muhammad to fill in the details of Muhammad's overall picture. So a Muslim has to, Muhammad's claiming to get some of these from Gabriel when he's teaching these things. So you can round them out. You put what the Quran says together with what the Hadith say, and you get the beginning to end process. If Muhammad said it, they're kind of stuck with it. There are rare instances where they can claim that Muhammad was, just speaking on his own. But generally, if Muhammad said it, it's considered authoritative. What they can do is they can say, Muhammad never really said that. Someone made this up centuries later and put it in the mouth of Muhammad. But that's why we quote the most reliable sources, because these are the ones that supposedly officially go back to Muhammad. These are in the sources that give us, according to Muslims, the most reliable information about Muhammad. So if I read 10 passages from Sahih al-Bukhari and a Muslim tells me, no, none of that ever happened, I say, well, don't tell me that you know anything about Muhammad because you just said that's your best source. If that's your best source about Muhammad and you're telling me I can't trust anything in it, don't tell me you know anything about it, because from the Quran you know next to nothing about Muhammad. It comes from the Hadith. That's where we learn about Muhammad. So if they're going to argue with me that Muhammad is a prophet, well, I need to know something about him, and you just threw out your own sources.
The argument for textual preservation.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, with the
Quran, they're not really taught like we're taught in the Bible to read the context, things what it says. Aren't they more taught to recite as opposed to things? These guys are taught the average lay person, not necessarily scholarly, whatever. Is that the case? How they
Yeah. There are Muslims who have the entire Quran memorized and can't tell you anything about it, can't give you any historical background. There are Muslims who memorize the entire Quran in Arabic and can't speak Arabic. You can say, quote me Surah 66, and they'll recite it for you in Arabic and have no clue what they're saying. So yes, there isn't the same emphasis, not for the layperson. So yeah, we do have to move on now. We're gonna this will be quick. I'm just gonna hit a couple of passages real quick on women in Islam. We're gonna look then, so during the time of Muhammad, now. I think I have like 2 or 3 slides on now and beyond, meaning in the afterlife, because we're looking at misunderstandings and misrepresentations in fact versus fiction in Islam. And so we looked at science. The Quran is a scientific masterpiece. You should convert to Islam. No, it's not. I don't think when I think about Muhammad's picture of the universe, I don't think I could come up with something more wrong than that. If I tried, if I sat down, let me come up with the weirdest universe I could come up with. I don't think I could beat Muhammad. And here's another one. Women in Islam. We're told, you can see it on the news. You can see people on the news saying Muhammad was a champion of women's rights and Muhammad was the original feminist and all kinds of things. You hear this stuff left and right, and I just don't know what exactly they're reading, what evidence they're considering. So we'll look at women in Muhammad's time briefly. We've already touched on women earlier during the presentation on Muhammad, so just add a couple of things. Muslim women today and women in the afterlife. So women in Muhammad's time, Jamiat Tirmidhi. Narrated Abu Huraira. When Allah's messenger was asked which woman was best, so Muhammad, how can I be the best possible woman? He replied, the one who pleases her husband when he looks at her, so I guess she's got to be hot, obeys him when he gives a command, hot, obedient, and does not go against his wishes regarding her person or property by doing anything of which he disapproves. It's the ideal woman, according to Muhammad. You look good and do exactly what you're told. What happens if you don't do exactly what you're told? Well, we're told, we already looked at this earlier, Surah 434. I just want to add some commentary on it. Here you have underlined, as to those on whose part you fear desertion or rebellion, admonish them and leave them alone in the sleeping places and beat them. We have some interesting commentaries on this. So this is from Tafsir al-Tabari, one of the greatest commentaries ever written. It was said that so it's giving you the background of this verse, and this is interesting. It was said that this verse, 434, was revealed because a man hit his wife on her face. So she came to the Prophet. This woman comes to Muhammad for justice because her husband hit her in the face. And according to other sources, she had the handprint when she came. The Prophet then wanted to judge in her favor. Well, that's good. Muhammad's about to judge in her favor, meaning there's going to be some punishment for this man. There's going to be some kind of retaliation or punishment because of what he did. He did wrong. So the Prophet then wanted to judge in her favor, but Allah revealed, men are the maintainers of women because Allah has made some of them excel others. So that's the beginning of Surah 434, meaning Allah revealed 434. Then the Prophet called on the man and recited this verse to him and said, I wanted one thing, but Allah wanted another. So, Muhammad wants to judge in her favor, punish the man, but Allah reveals, you can beat your wife. And then Muhammad says, sorry, I wanted something, Allah wanted something different. I wanted to stop this man from beating you. Allah wanted something different. Also, Ibn Abbas said, he explains what abandoning her to her bed means. Abandon her in bed, but if she refused to return, then beat her, not severely, and do not break her bone. The beating severely, when it says do not beat severely, it means beating that's going to do permanent damage, breaking bones, leaving scars, things like that. So you beat without doing permanent physical damage. And do not break her bone. Ibn Abbas said, the beating has to be with a light stick or the like. It means admonish them, but if they refuse to repent, then tie them up in their homes and beat them until they obey Allah's commands towards you. That's what the banish them to beds apart means, according to Ibn Abbas. It means you tie them up in their beds, and then you beat them until they obey Allah. Sahih Muslim, this is Aisha talking. Aisha snuck out at night to see where Muhammad was going. She came back. Muhammad realized that she had snuck out and hit her in her chest when she tried to cover it up. So he, i.e. Muhammad, struck me on the chest, which caused me pain. Aisha got beat by pretty much everyone back then. Narrated Aisha, Abu Bakr came towards me and struck me violently with his fist and said, "You have detained the people because of your necklace," but I remained motionless as if I was dead, lest I should be awake Allah's apostle, although that hit was very painful. So this is Abu Bakr, Muhammad's closest companion and the first rightly guided caliph, would not hesitate to strike a woman violently with his fist. Sunan Abu Dawood, a man will not be asked as to why he beat his wife. Why? Because it's subjective. It's if he feared she might rebel against him, so how you beat him. Well, you can't judge that, so don't ask. Sunan Ibn Majah, 1986. One night Umar, so the second rightly guided caliph and one of Muhammad's closest companions. One night Umar arranged a feast. When it was midnight, he got up and went towards his wife to beat her. I separated them both. So a Muslim here says, I stopped Umar from beating his wife. When he went to bed, he said to me, "O Ashab, preserve from me a thing I heard from Allah's messenger. A man will not be taken to task for beating his wife. Don't interfere with me again, beating my wife. Don't do that." And Sahih al-Bukhari, 5825, Aisha said, I have not seen any woman suffering as much as the believing woman. Look, her skin is greener than her clothes. This is a situation where a woman, Aisha, brings a woman to Muhammad because her skin had turned green from the beating she was receiving. And Aisha says this, she has not seen, notice what she says, because Muslims today will say, oh, Muslim women have it the best. Well, who should I believe about what it's like to truly live under Islamic rule? You, or Muhammad's favorite wife, Aisha, the mother of believers. She said she has not seen any woman suffering as much as the believing women, the Muslims. She hasn't seen any woman suffering as much as Muslims. So the pagans didn't have it as bad as the Muslim women did, let alone Christians and Jews. And by the way, Muhammad questioned the woman. Turns out she was basically saying some mean things about her husband, and so he sent her away. Too bad, he deserved it. No justice for beating a girl till her skin turned green. Some other issues, so that's on the wife beating. We'll just look at a couple other teachings. So just so you know they are true. If you've heard about them, you're wondering if they're rumors or not. Surah 4:3, if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphan girls, marry other women of your choice, 2 or 3 or 4. So yes, you can marry up to 4 women in Islam. Surah 2:23, your wives are as a tilth, your field. Your wives are as a tilth unto you, so approach your tilth when or how you will. Women are your field, your property, approach them how you will. Muslims interpret this as sexual positions because that's how it was revealed by Muhammad. You can do anything you want sexually. Why don't you bring up the passage? I was going to give some commentaries. We'll keep it shorter though. Abu Hurairah reported Allah's messenger as saying, by him in whose hands is my life, when a man calls his wife to bed and she does not respond, the one who is in the heaven is displeased with her until her husband is pleased with her. So if a man calls you to bed, you better do it, otherwise Allah is very, very upset with you. Surah 2:282. This is the testimony of women is worth half that of a man. You've heard that in courts in the Middle East and so on. Says, and get 2 witnesses out of your own men. And if there are not 2 men available, then a man and 2 women. So you either have 2 men or you have 1 man, and then 2 women. Such as you agree for witnesses, so that if one of the 2 women errs, the other can remind you. So you need 2 women to equal the testimony of 1 man. Now, what's the reason for that? Muhammad tells us. So Muslims come up with all sorts of reasons why the testimony of a woman is not as reliable, but Muhammad tells us why that is. Sahih al-Bukhari, the Prophet said, isn't the witness of a woman equal to half of that of a man? The women said, yes. He said, this is because of the deficiency of her mind. Women are stupid, that's why. What's the problem? Of course you can. Of course your testimony is not reliable. So those are some of the teachings, and you can combine those with some of the ones we looked at when we talked about Muhammad, so the child brides and things like that. And now the question is, how would this impact the Muslim world? These are the things that Muhammad taught. What would we expect to find in the Muslim world today? Well, they did a study. This is the Study on Gender Equality and Social Institutions report. Here are the criteria. So all these countries are judged based on certain criteria. Are there equal opportunities for education or employment for women and men? Are there laws to protect women from physical violence? Are there equal rights under the law regarding ownership of property? Do women have guardianship rights to their own children? Meaning, can they make a claim that I should get my child in the event of divorce? Or do they have to just surrender the child? Is there preference for sons? Is there equal access to divorce rights? And what's the percentage of women married or divorced by age 16? So they did the study, and here's what they came up with. The orange there is low discrimination between men and women. So that's the West here, that's Europe, that's Russia, China, Japan, Australia, everywhere. Notice the farther you get away from the Middle East, the more rights you have. Well, there is one exception, this little place called Israel. That seems to be the only place in the Middle East where women have all their rights. But look, so the red, this area, you have elevated discrimination, and the dark red, high discrimination. Notice, this is Muhammad's territory. This is the territory with the most diehard Muslims. That's a direct correlation. And if you'd like more, here's a list of the worst countries. So they surveyed 102 countries. Here's 102 countries that were here's the bottom 12. The bottom 12 of all the countries they surveyed. So Sudan, Afghanistan, Sierra Leone, Mali, Yemen, Chad, India, Islamic Republic of Iran, Pakistan, Iraq, United Arab Emirates, and Libya. The ones in red are the non-Muslim majority countries. Those are the only countries on that list of the worst places in the world for women to live. 2 out of the bottom 12 are not Muslim majority countries. That's a correlation. I don't care how you look at statistics, that's a correlation. That matches. That's too strong a relationship to ignore. So women in the afterlife, what women had it bad during Muhammad's time, they got it pretty rough now. What do they have to look forward to in the afterlife? Sahih al-Bukhari, the prophet said, I saw the hellfire, and I'd never seen such a horrible sight. I saw that most of the inhabitants were women. People ask, oh, Allah's apostle, why is it so? The prophet said, because of their ungratefulness. It was asked whether they are ungrateful to Allah. The prophet said, they are ungrateful to their companions of life, their husbands, and ungrateful to good deeds. So women are in hell because they're ungrateful. Sahih Muslim 142, interesting one. Muhammad said, O women folk, you should give charity and ask much forgiveness, for I saw you in bulk amongst the dwellers of hell. A wise lady among them said, why is it, Messenger of Allah, that our folk are in the bulk of hell? Upon this, the Holy Prophet observed, you curse too much and are ungrateful to your spouses. I've seen none lacking in common sense and failing in religion, but at the same time robbing the wisdom of the wise besides you. Upon this, the woman remarked, what is wrong with our common sense and with our religion? He, the Holy Prophet, observed, your lack of common sense can be well judged from the fact that the evidence of 2 women is equal to 1 man. That is a proof of the lack of common sense. So Muhammad, why is the testimony of women worth half that of a man? Because you're deficient in intelligence. Why are we deficient in intelligence? Because look, your testimony is only worth half that of a man. Muhammad's telling women how stupid they are. That's classic circular reasoning. Sahih Muslim 6600. Amongst the inmates of paradise, the women would form a minority. You've heard about all these virgins in heaven. Allah actually has to create all of these virgins in paradise because there's just not enough women to go around in paradise because they're a minority. So Allah has to make all these, the houris. Here are the promises from Muhammad. Men in paradise receive this. Beautiful wide-eyed houris, which are specially designed sex machines. Fruits, alcohol that does not intoxicate, beds for leisure, fair attendants, their earthly wives, so you get your earthly wives, voluptuous women, and the ability to indulge in sexual pleasure. Muhammad even promised eternal erections. They were wondering if they could sleep with so many women. He promised that Allah would bless them with a super inspired erection. Interesting stuff. What do women get? They get a palace of pipes with precious stones and pearls. Well, that's something. They will stand there waiting in corners until men call them. That's what you do as a woman. You stand in your corner waiting for a man to call you and enjoy you. And you get the duty of serving their husbands. That's what you have to look forward to in the afterlife if you are a woman. Now, I mean, just think about this. Think about the level of misrepresentation that takes place when this is what the Quran says and this is what the Hadith say, and you don't have much else. You don't have much that's good. And Muslims, again, have these sources, and they will come to the West and they will tell us Islam promotes women's rights. Surely Muhammad must be a prophet. He was promoting women's rights way back then. It's nonsense. And how do Muslims get away with this? They get away with this because people just don't know. If you have an atmosphere where people don't know anything about Islam, then a Muslim gets to walk into that area and say basically anything. You're in a country that likes science. Hey, Islam is the foundation of science. You like women's rights? Hey, did you know that Muhammad was a champion of women's rights? You like peace and tolerance? Hey, Islam is the best, most peaceful religion in the world. And if you don't know about the Quran and Hadith, you might get caught with that, and that will bring us to some final issues on the peace and violence. Probably the most important area of misrepresentation in Islam. Yeah. Yeah. That's the Hadith. That's the Hadith. The Quran promises these houris, or these large-breasted virgins in paradise. It doesn't give you the number. That comes from the Hadith. One important detail, though, because it always gets quoted, you get your 72 virgins. That, when Muhammad said it, that was the minimum. That's what the lowest, worst Muslim who makes it to paradise gets. If you're a really good Muslim, and you really do some damage to the unbelievers in your lifetime, you get way more. You get way more. So you can get a lot more. And you get your earthly wives. Now this is, by the way, that's another good question to ask Muslim women. How does that make you feel? You're still the wife of your husband in paradise, only he now has these, at least, assuming he's not very good, he gets at least 72 specially designed sex machines to compete with you for his affection, and you stand in the corner while you wait for him to call you. Rough stuff. Yeah?
What's the qualifications for paradise?
In Islam, well, you have a ton of commands about what you're supposed to do. You have a ton of commands in Islam. You have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do this, you have to do that. At the end of the day, you're not guaranteed anything. You're not guaranteed paradise in Islam, with the exception of Muhammad saying that if you fight and die in a jihad for Allah, then you're guaranteed paradise. Other than that, you have no assurance of salvation. Basically, the basic idea is you have the scales. Your good deeds are going to outweigh your bad deeds, but it does depend on whether Allah is going to show you mercy, and it seems to be totally random. It seems to be totally random whether He's going to do that. You just cannot predict what Allah is going to do. Abu Bakr, and this is how central this is. Matter of fact, I'll start before that. Muhammad said that he didn't know what Allah is going to do with him after death. That's the prophet of Islam, the greatest person in history, saying, I don't know what Allah is going to do with me. Abu Bakr, the second greatest, Muhammad's closest companion, said, if I had 1 foot in paradise, I would still fear Allah's deception. In other words, if I'm 1 step in, I would still think, maybe He's about to toss me into hell, and He was just doing that to mess with me. That's some scary stuff. And that's part of the reason that calls to jihad and terrorism are so successful. You don't know what Allah is going to do with you, especially if you're a young guy and you've done some wrong things, you've made some mistakes. You've got one way out. You've got one way out of this, and that's to go die taking down some unbelievers. Yeah.
I was just thinking about the 9/11 attackers. They were like in strip clubs before they did what they did. So I guess that being in the jihad, what they did, I'm putting all their bad deeds
Yes, if I'm about to die in a jihad, I can live life up. And you might as well go to the strip club. That's basically what paradise is going to be like. Let's be honest. We can say. I'm not joking or exaggerating at all when I say, when I read the Muslim sources, paradise sounds like one eternal orgy. That's what it sounds like to me. All right, well, where'd Nabeel go? All right, one or two more questions. Yeah.
Out of the 12 countries that you named, the two that weren't majority Muslim, what majority were they?
India is Hindu. India is Hindu. You have a large Muslim population. You have a small Christian population. So you have a mixture. But the majority would be Hindu. Sierra Leone, I don't know. Anyone know? You know what Sierra Leone is? I don't know.
Well, I think Sierra Leone was it founded by the British, like Liberia? It would be primarily free slaves.
Yeah, religion-wise, it's some of the countries, some of the countries adopted it. Some of them came up with a weird mixture of Christian teachings and the animistic teachings, where that tree's a god and stuff like that. And some of them never bought into Christianity. So I'm not sure where Sierra Leone lies on this scale. Yeah. Oh, is it? It's in the west?
It's on Africa comes around this way, Liberia and Sierra Leone, western.
They did tend to stick more firmly to the voodoo and stuff like that. I know because I knew someone who was into voodoo, and they said if you're in the west, you go to Haiti, that's the capital, and West Africa is the other. If you can really want to get into the good stuff, the good voodoo. Anything else? Yeah.
You want to shed some light on Quranic, Islamic Gabriel and biblical Gabriel and Islamic Allah and biblical gods?
Maybe afterwards. We have like 15 minutes to get through the peace and violence stuff. What do you think about the peace and violence stuff? No, what do you think about the peace and violence stuff? You got something on the peace and violence? I know you know a lot about the Quran, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I prove that the Islamic Gabriel is as per Tabari, volume 6 and page 141. He appeared on Muhammad as an old man to just using the praising word for him and all this saying good words to him. And that is a Gabriel, according to Tabari, volume 6. Page 141. And then the same if you talk about the ringing bell, it was an instrument of
Satan. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what Muhammad would hear when Gabriel shows up. Yeah, interesting stuff.
So
I'm not saying the bell is Satan. I'm saying according to Islam, Muhammad said that bell is from Satan. Yeah.
That was an instrument.
Yeah.
And when we talk about Allah, that is the main thing. Allah was a man, mere a man.
Oh, yeah?
From 360 items. Volume 2nd of Bukhari, 2 of Bukhari. These number 1664 and 1665. Very solid.
I know that the Muslims killed a female god at one time. They killed a lot.
And Allah was, before Islam, the Lord God of Ham's tribe. Ham's tribe. And that's why Muhammad's own father, Abdullah, he violated his own father Abdul Muttalib's religion because Hubal, the idol Hubal, who was 24 feet high. And then he joined Ham's group. And then that was the inquiry of Muhammad. What was the religion of my father, and who are those people? And if you read volume 2 and hadith number 164, there you will read that Muhammad had been to that Ham's group. And at the end of the hadith, it said, what he's doing here, what is the purpose of his visit here? And after that, the same God became Muhammad's future God because he stole it from them.
Were you ready to convert to Islam? You ready to convert to Islam then?
I was a doctor.
Yeah. I just know we'll go on to the peace and violence.
There are women physicians. And some years ago on a PBS, they had a whole thing on and there were women, Muslim women teachers, although I think they were principally in the United States. But if the Quran talks about treating women this way and the other interpretations, how is it that women are allowed to be, say, teachers and MDs and teaching universities? We're not talking about teaching kindergarten.
You saw the map. It's the closer you get to the Muslim world, the more firmly you get under Sharia, where Muslims are making the laws. That's where you don't have these rights. If a woman is in the West, why don't Muslims beat their wives as much in the West? Because they'll go to jail in the West. You can't stop a woman. You can't stop a woman in the West from getting her PhD, from becoming president of the United States if she wants to, because we protect those fundamental rights. And that's what you find. The closer you get to the center of, the closer you get to the Kaaba, the fewer rights you're going to have. So you get to Saudi Arabia, and a woman can't drive a car. You're talking about being a PhD. She can't drive a car down the street. She can't walk down the street without having a male relative escort her, or she's in quite a bit of trouble.
What happens if an ambassador or a consul, or let's say Saudi Arabia or Syria or whatever, is stationed in the United States, Canada, can she drive a car in this country, which she can't in Saudi Arabia?
I would guess.
Do Western rights?
She'd have to have some sort of license. I don't know, would she apply for it when she gets here? Because she's not getting a license home.
I understand that, but I mean, do women?
If you're women in the United States.
Government officials from the countries closest to the Kaaba, do they experience the same?
What women government officials would you be referring to?
Well, I'm saying
just to clarify, you do have women rulers, but it's generally the farther the closer you get to the west.
But one of the friends of the former president George Bush, Prince Bandar, Saudi Arabia, was seen with flying with women, and presumably he had a wife who was also here. Would she be able to go around during the day? She'd have a driver. She'd have a driver. Would she have to wear?
I don't know what you mean. Are you meaning is her husband going to let her, or do you mean does she have the right in the United States? Are police going to stop her?
What I'm saying is, her husband is an official of his country in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does she have to walk around in the United States with a burqa on, or can she walk like a Western woman?
Again, if you're talking about with the husband, that's going to depend on the husband. If the husband says, you better do this because that's what you're supposed to do, yeah, the United States isn't going to do that. In fact, if he was over here and he tried to force her to do something, the United States would protect her just because she's here.
Here they have liberty.
Yeah, then we have to, then we have to go on.
On several different websites, Sierra Leone is minimum 60% Muslim, but as high as 71% Muslim.
Sierra Leone?
Yes.
I have to change my stats then. Interesting. What? Were you getting ready for this up? What? I'm getting ready. We got to do some violent stuff. All right.
Before Muhammad came to power, Arabia and all these peninsulas, women were quite affluent, and they had all the possessions.
In the Middle East?
Yeah.
Yeah, what you actually had is you had some areas where women had practically no rights.
Before
And you had,
Muhammad.
yeah, before Muhammad. You did have it. It varied from city to city, from area to area, where you have some areas where women had all kinds of rights, and other areas where they didn't have much rights. So converting to Islam, some of the women would have had a better position because some of them really had it bad off. But there were women. I'll give you an example. Khadijah, Muhammad's wife. Muhammad's first wife was Khadijah. She was a wealthy businesswoman. Before Islam, before Muhammad received his first revelation, she went out and proposed to him. I want to marry that guy. She's rich enough, and he accepts the offer. So she's proposing marriage and stuff. I don't know. You got a businesswoman, has men working for her. She picks someone that she wants to marry. That doesn't sound like a woman who's totally oppressed and has no rights. Be a bit more difficult to do that in Islam today. Yeah, what do you want to do? Do you want to go through some of this?
I just want to quick ask if there's anybody that did not get you the contact information their contact information, yellow legal pad. Okay, and the last question is, if anybody came late and they missed the collections of David and Nabeel, if you would like to give a gift for them, raise your hand.
All right, so we'll look at a little bit on is Islam a religion of peace, and anyone who wants to take off here in a bit can take off. Anyone wants to stay? We do a little more.
Okay, we're going to keep this quick. I think y'all really answered the question. You have verses that are in the Quran that seem to contradict each other. For example, chapter 9, verse 29, as we've seen, it says, fight those who believe not in Allah. But then you also have chapter 2, 256, that says there is no compulsion in religion. Chapter 109 of the Quran says, you shall have your religion and I shall have my religion. In other words, you believe what you want to believe, I'll believe what I want to believe, we'll be fine. Chapter 9, verse 5 says, when the sacred months have passed away, then slay the idolaters wherever you find them. In other words, kill them after the sacred months have done. Again, what can explain this kind of discrepancy? Well, it's the concept of abrogation. Later verses replace earlier verses in Muhammad's mind in the application of Islam. Can we turn David's microphone on? That concept of abrogation comes from within the Quran itself. Chapter 2, verse 106 of the Quran says, whatever communication we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, we bring one better than it or like it. Do you not know that Allah has power over all things? In other words, in the Quran itself, Allah says we've caused earlier statements to be abrogated. This isn't the only place. Chapter 15, verse 101 also has a similar statement. People are saying to Muhammad, you're a forger. You're changing things that you said before. You're canceling earlier statements. And then the verse comes to Muhammad. Do they call you a forger? Surely we, Allah, are allowed to replace earlier verses with later verses. That's what the verse says.
There it is. And just so you know, this is really what it comes down to, because the main issue in the media and for Westerners is, if Islam is really violent and promotes violence, how come that Muslim down the street is so nice? Why is it? That Muslim doesn't seem violent, doesn't seem like he wants to kill me. And that's true. Most Muslims don't want to kill you, don't want to harm you, don't want to blow up your house or anything like that. It comes down to differences in how you interpret the Quran. The correct classical method of interpreting the Quran is, if you find one verse that says one thing, and you find another verse that says something else, the only question is, which one came last? That's what you're commanded to do now. The other one was abrogated. It was canceled. It doesn't apply to you anymore. So you can open up the Quran and see that the penalty for sexual sin is 100 lashes. You can open up the Quran and see that the penalty for sexual sin is house arrest. Which one applies? Well, the only question is, which one came last? The answer is the 100 lashes one. That's why that's the penalty enforced under Sharia. So that's the classic Muslim method of interpretation. One that goes back to the Quran, the one that goes back to Muhammad, the one that goes back to Muhammad's companions, the one that you find in all of the greatest Muslim commentators. Two verses seem to conflict, go with the last one, cancel the first one. That's not how Muslims do things in the West. In the West, many Muslims have been influenced by Western values, freedom of religion, peace, tolerance. They've been influenced by these things, freedom of speech. And so when they go to the Quran, it's not, let me interpret this in the light of classical Muslim scholarship or the way Muhammad did it. They'll go to the verses that seem to fit in with their worldview, and they'll use those to reinterpret verses that seem to conflict with that. So a Muslim here in the West will look at a verse like, there's no compulsion in religion. Even if you go to the commentary, it says it's been abrogated. A Muslim in the West will look at that and say, look at that good Muslim teaching. You see, this is Islam's position on unbelievers. There's no compulsion in religion. And then they'll say, well, Surah 929, which commands me to fight unbelievers, in other words, there is compulsion in religion, that must not mean that. It must mean something else. What could it mean? Well, maybe some people were attacking Muhammad, and that just means defend yourself. So you have these different methods of interpretation, one that actually goes back to Muhammad and one that's kind of a product of being in the West. And what you have is that, yes, Muslims can be totally peaceful because they can interpret the Quran in that way, namely in accord with their Western values. But that's not what we're asking. We're not asking, can a Western Muslim be peaceful? We're asking, is Islam a religion of peace? And Islam is what Muhammad taught. And so the question is, what did Muhammad teach?
That's an excellent differentiation. We're not asking, can a Muslim be peaceful? You can find the most hateful message and somehow derive a method of living peacefully through it. The question is, what does the message originally teach? What are you doing?
Let's zoom through this.
Yeah, we got.
About,
oh, you actually want to show it?
We want to get to the 3 stages.
Okay, go ahead.
3 stages. Stage 1. Before that, we were going to go to the pattern in Muhammad's life. Namely, when Muhammad was in Mecca and was a persecuted prophet and only had 100 followers, he preached peace and tolerance. Later, when he had allies and had an army, then it was convert or die. And the question is do we find the same teachings in the Quran? In other words, using the method of abrogation and which one came later and so on. Well, here's what you have. If you've ever wondered wait a minute, that Muslim is quoting the Quran and showing me that it's peaceful, and this other guy's quoting the Quran and it's sounding violent, what's the deal here? Well, in Islam, you have 3 stages. You have 3 stages in Islam. Stage 1, when Muslims are outnumbered, they are to proclaim a message of peace and tolerance. This is when you have verses revealed like Surah 109, say, O you unbelievers, I do not serve that which you serve, nor do you serve him whom I serve, nor am I going to serve that which you serve, nor are you going to serve him whom I serve. You shall have your religion, and I shall have my religion. That, according to the Quran, is what you are to say when you encounter unbelief. If unbelievers are all around you and you say, hey, you've got your religion, I'll have mine. Very peaceful. Love that teaching. That's stage 1, when Muslims are in a minority.
Stage 2 is when Muslim numbers increase. Now it's at this point, Muhammad has an army at his half, and he is able to defend himself. He's still not going out and attacking, but he's able to defend himself. Chapter 22, verse 39 of the Quran says, permission to fight is given to those upon whom war is made because they are oppressed, and most surely Allah is well able to assist them. Those who have been expelled from their homes without a just cause, except that they say, our Lord is Allah. In other words, people are saying, I believe in Allah. They're being oppressed. They're being expelled from their homes. Now they're allowed to fight. My parents will point to this verse all the time to say this is the reason why Muslims are allowed to fight. And only this reason is why they're allowed to fight.
And it's important, before this, you had stage 1 where they weren't allowed to fight. Even if they're persecuted, you don't fight back. Get to stage 2, now you can engage in defensive jihad. Stage 3, when Muslims are in the majority, they are commanded to engage in offensive jihad. Now you actually go and fight people because of their beliefs, not because they're oppressing you, but because they're unbelievers. So this is Surah 929. You've already heard it before. Fight those who believe not on Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath been forbidden by Allah and his messenger, nor acknowledge the religion of truth from among the people of the book, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. So notice what this says. It's not fight those who are oppressing you. Now it's fight those who do not believe in Allah.
And when I bring this verse up with someone like my parents, they'll say, well, you have to know the historical context, that here people had been fighting against Muhammad, and therefore he was saying, fight them back. That's not the case at all.
We know the historical context.
The historical context was they needed money. He said, let's go fight the Romans who are right over the border there. They've been fighting for a long, long time. They just got their money. They're tired. We can go get their money.
That's the historical context behind it.
That's from Ibn Kathir, Book of Battles. And that's the context. And it's one that's much more damaging to the case.
So, according to Muhammad's final marching orders, that's Surah 929, if Muslims are in a position of power, you are not to seek peace with the unbelievers. Because you also have in the Quran, if your enemy inclines towards peace, you also incline towards peace. That gets canceled later on. It gets abrogated. Now, be not weary and faint-hearted crying for peace when you should be uppermost. There can be no peace until you are dominant, if you're already in a majority. Ibn Kathir, now this is important. This does not come from the Al-Qaeda handbook. This comes from Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir is considered the greatest commentator on the Quran. So you have different classes. You have the Quran, you have the Hadith, you have the Sirah literature, which are biographies, early biographies, and then you have the Tafsir, the commentaries, which started with Ibn Abbas. Ibn Kathir is considered the greatest commentary of all time, and this was his assessment. And interestingly, this concludes his commentary on Surah 256 of the Quran, which says there's no compulsion in religion. That's when he says it's been abrogated. And he concludes that passage by saying, therefore all people of the world should be called to Islam. If any one of them refuses to do so or refuses to pay the jizya, they should be fought till they are killed. That's the final word on what you do as a Muslim towards unbelievers.
Again, that was a commentary, but it's a commentary on a verse in the Quran, and the Quran seems to say that. The commentary is just saying it out loud.
Notice here you have Bukhari, greatest source on Muhammad's teachings. Allah's messenger said, I've been ordered to fight people until what? Until they stop oppressing you? I've been ordered to fight people till they say, La ilaha illallah.
Shahada.
And whoever said this, Allah will save his property and life from me. That's the way to be safe, is to convert. That's the way to be safe from Muhammad fighting you. Messenger of Allah said, I've been commanded to fight against people so long as they do not declare that there is no God but Allah. Sahih Muslim. Another passage from Bukhari. A man came to Allah's messenger and said, guide me to such a deed as equals jihad. Muhammad replied, I do not find such a deed. That's important. According to Christianity, according to 1 Corinthians 13, what's the greatest thing in the world? Love. According to Islam, what's the greatest thing in the world? Fighting and dying for Allah and for Allah in a jihad. And he tells us that exactly. The Prophet said, a single endeavor of fighting in Allah's cause in the afternoon or the forenoon is better than all the world and whatever is in it. Watch. Anas bin Malik, the Prophet said, nobody who dies and finds good from Allah would wish to come back to this world, even if he were given the whole world and whatever is in it, except the martyr, who, on seeing the superiority of martyrdom, would like to come back to this world and get killed again in Allah's cause. Now watch Muhammad. If you wonder why, remember, Muhammad is the greatest example of what you should be like. Here's what Muhammad said. The Prophet said, by him in whose hands my soul is, I would love to be martyred in Allah's cause and then come back to life and then get martyred and then come back to life again and then get martyred and then come back to life again and then get martyred. I just want to fight and kill until I die, and then I want to come back so I can fight and kill some more, and then I want to come back so I can keep fighting and killing. I just want to fight and die and fight and die and fight and die. That's what Islam's about. Not according to me, that's according to Muhammad. Religion of peace. Now we have several other things we can go to. Do you want to go to a video?
I do want to go to this video.
I just wanted to explain to him an exception if you want to hook it up real quick.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Nabeel's going to hook up a video and show you something. And I'll tell you, so Muslims are supposed to fight unbelievers. And it's clear what Islam teaches. In the West, what position are Muslims in? Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3? Stage 1. In, let's say, France, what stage are they? It seems they're going into 2. In Saudi Arabia, Stage 3 already, and so that's why people are subjugated. So if you're in a minority, if you're in Stage 1, it's very important. You have in the Quran, Surah 328. We didn't talk about taqiyya, so I'll just mention it. In Surah 328 of the Quran, it says, do not be friends with the unbelievers. It commands Muslims not to be friends with unbelievers. And then it goes on to say, unless it's to protect yourselves. Don't be friends. If you're a Muslim, you do not be friends with unbelievers. Unless it's to protect yourself from them. Unless you're in a minority. Unless they're a threat to you. Then you pretend to be friendly so that they do not attack you. So, remember, Muhammad preaches a message of peace and tolerance when he's in a minority. Look at Muslims in the West, where are they preaching? Peace and tolerance. Now, what I'm not saying that when a Muslim tells you Islam is a religion of peace, he's lying to you. I think that most Muslims in the West really believe that when they're saying that to you, because lots of them have been westernized by Western culture. So they don't know, they really believe it. They have a different method of interpreting Islam, one that does not go back to Muhammad. But that's the problem. If a Muslim has been westernized, and I ask him what he believes about this, he's going to tell me Islam is a religion of peace. If a Muslim knows what he's talking about and hasn't been westernized, he's going to tell me Islam is a religion of peace. Because he's commanded, he's allowed to deceive me in order to get me to believe that Islam is peaceful. So no matter what, a Muslim's going to tell me Islam is peaceful. And so it's very difficult to know exactly who to believe here.
Now, again, from my personal experience, most of the Muslims that I know don't go around practicing taqiyya and deceiving people. But the very few people who do, you're not going to be able to know who they are. That's the scary part. Now, what we're about to show you, we're going to keep it brief. We're going to end with this. This is going to help you understand why we need your help to stay behind. What we're going to show you is David and I have been going to, one of us or both of us has been going to a festival in Michigan for a few years now, where approximately 200,000 Arabs gather. 200,000. And the first year, when David was there, he was able to hand out tracts to share the gospel with them without any sort of problems whatsoever. The second year, we weren't allowed to hand anything out. We weren't even allowed to share the message of the gospel with them unless we had a booth and they came to us. Well, we didn't do that. Instead, what we did was we went to the booth that was promoting Islam. They were handing out pamphlets that said Islam is a religion of peace. And I asked the guys at the booth, hey, can we ask you a question? This camera. Ultimately, they said yes. And I began to interview them. In the process, security came. Now, the security guards at this festival are not policemen. They are local people that have been hired to be security. They effectively shut us down. They grabbed our cameras. They forced us to turn them off. This was after the people at the booth agreed. This after the police said it was fine for us to record. We just didn't clear it by security because we didn't know we had to, and we really didn't have to. They forced us to turn the cameras off. Long story short, within a matter of minutes, Dave and I and our friend Mary Jo Sharp were surrounded by about 18 security guards being pushed and kicked out of the festival. Here in the United States, in Michigan, for doing nothing more than asking a question about a pamphlet. That was last year. This year we went back again. And this year we said, okay, they know us from last year. They know who we are. Instead of going up to anyone, even a booth where they've said it's okay for us to record, we're just going to walk around the festival. And we're going to let people come to us. And if they want to hear the gospel, they will see us and they'll come up to us and say, talk to us. Tell us about Jesus, or what are you guys about? Tell us what you're about. So we waited for people to come to us. Here, this is a young man named Richard. He came up to me and said, hey, I'm going to seminary. I want you to pray over me. And we're going to start the video right here.
And just so you know, this is a public festival at a public street. Everyone's invited. It's not a Muslim festival or a Muslim event. It's just a festival in Dearborn celebrating Arab culture. And, well, keep in mind the three stages, because Dearborn, if you don't know, Dearborn has the highest percentage of Muslims in the country.
Oh, right, I forgot to say, Dearborn is 33% Arab, and the largest majority of the Arab population there is Muslim. So you've got a large Muslim population here. Yeah.
Got poor audio here at the beginning.
Yeah, don't bother messing with the volume. This is poor audio right here. I just prayed over my friend.
Can I eat this falafel? Yeah. What's the problem? I have no problem. Yeah, why? I have no problem. I'm trying to make it look bad. I'm not trying to make it look bad. When we made the video last year, we made it explicitly clear that it was the security we had an issue with. Not everyone at the festival, security. Then we put up a video afterwards saying, we want to make this perfectly clear. We don't.
There's no sound coming out of your thing.
Where's the audio coming from?
My mom is Muslim, my dad is Muslim, my sister's Muslim, all my cousins are Muslim. I love Muslim. I got no problem with the Muslim community. It was the security guards here that made the video. Why came here looking for trouble with the security guards? Why you decide making all these videos? That's a good question. We came here yesterday, or last year, and we saw a pamphlet that we had a question about. So we went to the booth who gave us the pamphlet. We said, hey, can we ask you a question about this? And they said yeah. They said yeah, you can ask a question. I don't understand. I didn't see you at like the Spirit Festival or like the Arab Festival. I just happened to be here last year. It was like my first time here. Why are you here again? Because we wanted to see if it's going better this year. We wanted to see if it's better this year than it was last year. Are you sure about that? Yeah, pretty sure it's all the way around. I think you're looking for more trouble. We're not looking for trouble. We want to see things are better. And generally, things have been better. Security hasn't been hitting us. Security hasn't been assaulting us. So things are better. I'm glad about that. And we're talking right now. No one's stopping us from talking. So I'm glad about these things. That's the very reason I'm here. To make sure you and I can talk. So you're here to preach? I would like to preach. We haven't even gotten to that point yet. Preach to you? I would love to preach to you. Why is Christianity better than Islam? Because Jesus Christ did not claim to be just a prophet. He said he was here to receive worship. He did receive worship. He forgave people's sins. He miraculously healed people. He died on the cross and rose from the dead. These truths have changed my life, have absolutely changed my life. And I find it so important to let people know about these things that I will tell anyone and everyone who will listen. So I'm glad you asked the question. Why is there more than one Bible?
So the question is, so why is there more than one Bible?
Who? Okay, I got a bunch of you guys who are asking questions. So did like 4 of these guys. I want to. So Jesus decided God.
When was Jesus
decided as a God? That's an excellent question. 325 years after the Roman consul declared him as God. No, people are worshiping Jesus as God less than a decade after his death. That's not. How could Jesus be a God if he came like out of a woman? He came like any other man comes out of a woman. Yeah. So in the Old Testament, we see a prophecy saying that a child will be born to you, and he will be the mighty God. So in the Old Testament, it actually says the mighty God will be born as a child to you. In actuality, it can't just be like a half God. It actually says the everlasting Father, Abiyad, will be born to you. So this is a prophecy we knew would happen. Wait, but how does God die? You said after his death, he was be God. That's an excellent question. What we find in the New Testament is that in order for God to take our sins away from us, he can't just wave them away. If God were just to wave away sins, he wouldn't be a just God. So he takes our sins upon himself. He says, all right, I can't just wave these sins away. That wouldn't make me a just God. I'm going to pay those sins for you. That's how much he loves us. And so he comes into the world as a man, and he takes our sins for us. He does it all voluntarily. He doesn't have to do any of this. Have you met Jesus yourself? Say again? These are great questions, guys. I'm loving this. Anyone else have a question? Yeah. Where in the Bible says, can you find the Bible where it says, when Jesus says, I am God, worship me? Well, in the Bible, when people... I'll give you $100 in any Bible. There's 80 of them. If you find me... Okay. There's 80 Bibles, but there's only one. Let me... Does it change? I know. Okay. Are you legally allowed to take this mic? I go on the mic. Are you legally allowed to take this? Yes. You are? Okay.
So we went to jail that night, and some Christians bailed us out the next morning.
Yeah, we were. We did not approach anyone. We waited for people to approach us. We didn't cause any problems. We actually quieted people down when they came up to us. We'd calm them down. We'd start answering questions. An expert. Ultimately, what they tried to get us for was creating a riot. We were creating a riot there. An expert in crowd control looked at the video and he said, "A riot. This is more like a classroom session," which is true. So we spent the night in jail. The city spent thousands and thousands of dollars prosecuting us.
We had they went through. They took us to court, 5-day trial, everything, and we played the video in court.
U.S. taxpayer dollars went to prosecute us, and then we had to fly out there. I had to miss school to defend ourselves. I had to call Michelle in the morning and say, "Hey, I just got out of jail." Unbelievable what we had to do. Because what? Because at this point in Dearborn, you've got an increasing Muslim population percentage, and they are going to start imposing their power, their influence on the city. The city, being a Western, white, pro-minority organization, starts saying, "Yeah, you can't say anything to Muslims. We're gonna prosecute you. How dare you say anything to Muslims at all?" So it's a joint. It's not just the Muslims there. It's also the city being willing to bend over backwards to promote the Muslim agenda. And of course, given how much of the constituency is Muslim, of course they want the votes. Of course they want the popularity. So that's what happened, and that's why just by sharing the gospel, David didn't even say a word, by the way. He was just holding a camera. He, our friend Paul, who was holding the camera from which we saw the video, and another friend, Nagin, who was 18 years old, 4'10", hadn't even been a believer for a year, wasn't anywhere near us, was at least 20 to 50 feet away from us the whole time. They arrested her too. She spent the night in jail as well. She got charged twice, actually. The rest of us only got charged once. Here in the United States, that's what's happening. We were ultimately found not guilty, praise the Lord. Yeah, so that's why I'm wearing this, by the way. We've been waiting for an opportunity to record this video. I'm wearing the exact same stuff that I was wearing in that video. Dave's going to change into the same stuff he was wearing.
You can close out and then explain to people who are going to stay.
Yeah, so whoever wants to stay to help us out, that'd be great. We have a few questions and we'll close it out. Sir. It is? Here's what they did. They were sneaky. Last year, when we had our video, they didn't take our cameras away. They just let us leave. We put the videos on YouTube, and they got 2 million views. And everyone said, what's going on in Dearborn? This year, they took our cameras away from us. The mayor posted a letter saying we're hate-filled bigots, that we're trying to cause problems in Dearborn, and we're trying to raise money for ourselves. That's the whole reason we're doing this, and that we're trying to get all Muslims out of America.
And that we were screaming at the crowd. That
oh yeah, he said we resisted arrest.
Yeah.
Did you see us resist arrest there? He said we resisted arrest, that we were screaming into the crowd, causing a riot.
The police said when they approached you, Nabeel tried to incite the crowd against the officers.
So the mayor says all this, puts it in a letter, and posts it online. So millions of people see that when we don't have our videos to defend ourselves.
Oh, we've got a bunch like this. I went back to the festival on Sunday. I said, all right, I can't go in there. It's not safe. I'm going to stand outside the festival, and we're going to hand out some copies of the Gospel of John in English and Arabic. But as a matter of fact, I know they're going to target me by this point, so I'm not even going to hand anything out. I'm going to stand back and just hold a camera. So my 3 friends, they go and they're handing out copies of the Gospel of John. Within 3 minutes of going to a corner outside of the festival, we're surrounded by 8 police officers.
8 policemen come up around them and tell them stuff.
Next time you can do this, go to the local police station and just that thing, and then speak to them first.
No,
he's
running it. He's running it.
The policemen, we talked to them ahead of time. They were waiting for us to come because they knew we'd be there.
The chief, by the way, the chief is Chief Haddad. That's the chief of the police department.
I don't know if he's Arabic.
Same mosque, big one, the biggest one. I spoke to the imam there. And I said, how are you? I said, no, I am old. I'm 43 years. I said, don't say that you're old. You're 43 only. Your Muhammad was 51 years old when he was throwing his eyes on 6 years old in the mosque.
Okay, in the back. We got to wrap this up. You know, these are general principles, and again, not all Muslims follow these, not all Muslims know these, but for example, the Grand Mufti of the mosque in Saudi Arabia actually said you need to follow these steps. I don't know if they have exact numbers. It's just a general mentality. I mean, look at what's happening in England. In England, where more and more Muslims are showing up, all of a sudden you've got Sharia banks, you've got Sharia courts. Muslims have been able to get preachers from America arrested because when they were preaching, it was considered hate speech. And at the same time, they're able to convert 9-year-old boys on the side of the street to Islam. So that's because, again, Western mentality of let's not upset the minority, let's bend over backwards for them, which is good in a way. But when it goes too far, it goes too far. Combined with the Islamic mentality of domination, it's not a good mix. We see the same thing in Sweden. We see the same things with the cartoonists. We saw it in Norway. It's coming here. Not to be alarmist, but that is what's happening. Any other questions, sir?
Can you just say a word about the English translations of the Quran and the rather different from each other? Focus footnotes. How do we are not Muslims or Arabs
I just use a quranbrowser.org. I just line a few up next to each other, and I see which one makes the best sense. None of them seem to be coming with a theological agenda, unless you know something.
No, I was just going to, it kind of depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for something where you could sit down and show a Muslim, this is Yusuf Ali. I don't get it because I think it's the most reliable. It's just the most common. It's just the one Muslims in the West appeal to most often. The best, I think, is Hilali Khan.
Hilali Khan's good.
That's just my opinion, but he doesn't seem like he tries to sugarcoat anything, whereas in Yusuf Ali, for instance, where it says, and beat them, he puts, beat them lightly. Which isn't
the text,
which isn't what it says. But with that said, this is still a really good translation.
For example, when you were discussing the cosmology issue, well, looking at the footnotes there, and it says, this isn't seven Earths, this is the planets. This is referring to the planets. How do we determine if that is that really what it is referring to, or if it's
And that's what we said when you go to what Muhammad said about that. If he knows what he's talking about, he's supposed to know that Muhammad is the greatest interpreter of the Quran. And Muhammad said, what's under you? Well, there's this flat earth. What's under that? Another flat earth. And what's under that? Another flat earth. That doesn't sound like our solar system at all. And besides that, you have the seven heavens on top of that. What are those points? It just doesn't fit.
We'll take the last.
The other one is it refers to seven layers of the Earth's crust. There are all kinds of ways to try and make that.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Make that fit.
So we'll take the last three. We got to keep them really quick, though, sir.
Yeah, I just wonder if you guys are considering suing the entity we should get arrested to.
It's in the process of happening. Our lawyers who
a Christian law firm said that's not right. And
well, here's what happened. We'll tell you what happened last year when they assaulted us. It was really me. I pushed and I said, let's not sue them because we don't want to be known as the guys who go around suing Muslims.
I don't want to sue them either.
Yeah, but you were kind of like, you make the decision. I was like, all right.
I'm like, I don't care, whatever you.
Yeah, he said he didn't care. I was like, well, I don't want to be known as those guys. This year, but a whole bunch of people were telling us, you have to, and they'll do it again. Whatever, we'll deal with that when it gets there. So this year we got there.
We could have even pressed charges. We went to the police station and stuff. They said you can press charges on these three people, and we decided we're not going to press charges. Just can you make sure that those people aren't at the air festival?
That they're not security guards ever again. But they came back this year.
Yeah,
at least one of them did.
They didn't stop them.
So this year we said, okay, we're gonna take everyone's advice and do it. And also our lawyers who did everything pro bono. We didn't have to pay a cent. They even flew us out there. They said the reason why we're doing this is so that we can show the world the persecution that's happening against Christians for sharing the gospel. In order for that to happen, we're going to have to sue. So we'll pay to defend you as long as you let us sue them afterwards. And so that's what's going on. Thomas More Law Center, great people. We'll get you in a moment. We had one over here, and then we'll come back to you.
I just had a question on the English. This is Debunk, NJ.
That's a great translation.
Okay.
And last question. Thank you so much. All right, thank you everyone so much for coming. If you can stay, please do. We're going to need your help.